Huxley Theater. We're going to start the meeting, so if everybody could take a seat, and we're going to go with Commissioner Betty Rosa and Commissioner Randy Simons. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You hear me? Is it on? No.
It's on. It just needs to be closer.
Okay, so I'll get it. Is that better? Yes. Okay. So again, no, I can't. I think it's, let me take it off. Can you hear it now? Better, right? Okay. So, good morning, everyone. First of all, on behalf of New York State Education Department, welcome to our beautiful Cultural Education Center and the inaugural meeting of the New York State 250 Commemoration Commission. Indigenous perspectives and history. Their voices have been silent for too long, and we are happy at the State Ed Department that we have an advisory of our nations. And we must change this. Make no mistake, our nation has made much progress since our founding. New York in particular has been home to some of the greatest advances the world has ever seen in the march towards true equality for all. We were leaders in the fight for women's suffrage, to abolish slavery, and to advance LGBTQ rights, including the rights to marry someone of the same sex. Despite this progress, however, true equality of opportunity remains elusive for many. In no small way, we must make sure that we give voice to these issues. I would like to conclude with the immortal words of Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. King most famously said, "I have a dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. So, let us all take Dr. King's advice and pledge today to rise up and live out the true meaning of our nation's creed, and let us not stop working until all Americans truly have equal and equitable access to all of life's happiness. Thank you so much.
Certainly inspiring words. I'm Randy Simons, Commissioner of the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. Good morning, everyone. It is thrilling to see the entire commission in person today. We have waited for a while, and today has finally arrived. First and foremost, I want to thank the commission for your insight, your perspective, and the volunteerism on this commission as we get started today and in the ensuing years ahead. It's an 8-year commemoration, and right off the bat, I want to thank Assemblymember Werner, Senator Mayer. You are a reason why we are here today. Thank you for your... And Dr. Rosa, a pleasure to co-chair the commission with you. Devin, thank you. And a special shout out to my fellow commissioners, Jeanette Moy over OGS and Director of Canal Corps, Brian Stratton. Thank you for being with us today. I tell you, New York State, we are Commemoration Central 2024. This year, we are the Park Centennial. Next year, we got the Erie Canal Bicentennial. And then obviously, the Rev 250 commemoration from 2024 to 2032. And it really speaks to the breadth of our history here in New York State and how the stories here shaped our nation. So today will be about introductions, getting to know each other, getting familiar with some of our backgrounds, laying the foundation for what will be an 8-year-long commemoration, and then obviously talking about the future of the commemoration and what the Rev 250 will do here in New York State. Excited to hear our presenters today and excited to hear from each of you later on in the rundown. So with that, a great opportunity we have, a great responsibility, and excited to be with you all today. And with that, we'll call to order the New York 250th Commemoration Celebration. First order of business, administrative matters.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Phil Geltner. I'm with State Parks, and I assist the commissioner on all matters relating to the 250 Commission. Administrative matters, first of all, is the basic stuff. The exits are right this way, if anything should happen. The bathrooms are off the center of the building when you come out in the front entry, off behind the admissions desk. We are going to meet today with, we're going to have a business meeting. We're going to talk about the actual statute that created the law. We're going to talk about what we're going to do in terms of how we're going to operate with procedure, what sort of procedure we're going to follow. And then beyond that, we will have our presentations after our lunch break and then move on from there. That's where we are right now. So are we going to start with the, we're going to introduce our first speaker, Joe Crowley.
And our first speaker today, we are thrilled, absolutely thrilled, to welcome Joe Crowley, U.S. Semi-Quincentennial Commission and former U.S. Representative. Joe.
I just want to say a few words before he has an opportunity to share his wonderful thoughts. I am so blessed to have had in my district this amazing, amazing, amazing congressman. And, and I do have to point out just 2 or 3 little things. And I shared with him not only the fact that in 1999 we were able to put computers into homes because of him. We were able to do so many things in the space of looking at academic Olympics. We had so many innovations in our district because of the kind of support that we received in terms of our children. But the one thing that stood out, I would often say to the congressman, okay, we're getting these dollars, and my district had Throsneck, Soundview, and Hunts Point. And I would say, are these designated for a certain community? And he would say, no, these are dollars for all children and for all communities. And for that, that has always stayed with me as someone who truly, truly is committed and supports all communities, all children. And for that, I'm extremely grateful.
Thank you, Betty. Thanks so very much. I can't beat that. I won't try. But thank you, Betty, so much for the welcome today. And thank you to all of you here today. In particular, I want to thank Senator Mayer and Assemblywoman Warner for your efforts to create this commission with the consent of the governor. My good friend Kathy Hochul, who I know is coming back from Rome in the Vatican as we speak, because I spoke to the ambassador today and said she had just left the office. I'm going there myself for personal reasons in a couple of weeks. But it's great to be back up here in Albany, and I bring you greetings from your nation's capital, and from the federal Semi-Quincentennial Commission. I was originally appointed by then Speaker Pelosi as a member of the House, and later as a private citizen when a vacancy occurred, she reappointed me. We've had some issues at the federal level, but I have to report to you that under the leadership of our now wonderful chair, Rosie Rios, the former treasurer of the United States, we are guns blazing and full speed ahead. She is just a dynamo, and we look forward to working with you all in partnership to have a successful celebration, commemoration, observation, reflection on our nation and its 250th anniversary, the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Just by looking at the vision behind you in terms of the screen, it's going to be interesting in many respects. Our nation has changed dramatically over the last 50 years. When we celebrated the bicentennial, I remember very clearly the bicentennial. I was 14 at the time. I remember the tall ships coming up the Hudson River. We look forward to that again happening in this commemoration celebration as well. And we reflect upon the changes in our nation over the last 50 years, but over the last 250 years as well. And I'll just read from our website from Chair Rios. America's 250th anniversary is about more than reflecting on our past. It's about honoring the contributions of individuals who built this country. Some willingly, some not so willingly. The innovations that put this country on the map and a man on the moon. That's the totality of the celebration in many respects. We're also looking at the warts. We're going to be looking at some of the more difficult times of our nation as well, and to be inclusive and diverse in terms of, Betty, I appreciate your comments about the Native Americans here in New York, but that's the whole nation in terms of their input as well. As I said, we had some fits in terms of the commission itself, and we've moved really through that. We're still waiting for a number of commissioners who have left to be replaced. Senator Schumer is in the midst. He just appointed Senator Padilla from California, and reflecting more of the diversity. New York has only one member. That's me. New England has 0 members. And when we think about Philadelphia, there are 4 cities that are specifically mentioned in the federal legislation. The 4 cities are Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, and Charleston. Much to the chagrin of people in Virginia, who also played a critical role, but those are the 4 cities, and was the largest state at the time. There is no one from Boston or the New England area right now. We hope to have that rectified by Senator Schumer, who has 2 private citizen appointments left, and also the hope that there'll be an additional New Yorker. So I have a big mouth and I scream pretty well, but we need to ensure that we have, we appreciate Philadelphia and we know how important Philadelphia was to the revolution and where the document was created, where the document was signed. But the revolution itself was much bigger than Philadelphia. It's a tourist attraction for them, we understand that, but it's also for us here in New York State. I'm not an historian like Jack McEnany. I'm not an historian. Who is an historian? But I'm a buff, and I have a great interest in all the battlefields and all the history. I know about Valcour Bay in Lake Champlain. Many people don't know. I've been to Fort Ticonderoga. I've been to Crown Point. Many people don't know. I've been to many of the sites, Fort Niagara and et cetera, all around the state. I said when I was a child, my father didn't take us to amusement parks. He took us to historical sites. And one he didn't take me to, we were talking last night, was the Grange in Manhattan. And I've gotten to go there recently myself on a number of occasions. That was the home of Alexander Hamilton. And just yesterday, to be at the Schuyler Mansion was a treat. I'd been there, Jack, many years ago with Dick Kane when I was a member of the New York State Assembly at the time and went up there and visited that. But I often also say, when going to these places, that they're beautiful. And yet, I also know that there was great sorrow and tumult in those homes as well because of bondage of men and women. And that story needs to be a part. The creation of the Capitol itself, the creation of the White House was built by slaves for the most part. And that's part of our history as well, again, to commemorate and to reflect and observe. And it's important for our children to know that as well. So I'm happy to answer questions. I will say this to you, we don't have the budget we would like to have. Recently, our chair has requested $100 million from the Congress. We received $15 million in the last budget. To put in perspective, if you go back to 1976 and the creation of the Bicentennial Commission, they were awarded around $50 million, which was about the equivalent today, about $250 million. We're not going to get anything near that. That's $250 million putting in real terms. But we hope to, with what we do have, to again work in partnership with you all as best we can. This is too important a commemoration, and it's critical for the sake, we believe, of our country in terms of bringing us together during these tumultuous times, particularly, that we as a commission may be able to help in that effort as well. So I congratulate you. You're one of 46 states that have been created for a commission of this celebration, commemoration of the semi-quincentennial of the United States and also of the great state of New York. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions anyone has and maybe the best way to go about that. Anyone? All right. Well, thank you all very much, and Excelsior. Onward and upward.
Joe, I like you already. You mentioned multiple state park and historic sites. And one of the things I want to emphasize, and we'll emphasize later on in our Parks and Division of Historic Preservation presentation, is sort of that whole history. Telling the full stories, even the stories that have not been told before, is one of the priorities of this commission as we commemorate the 250th. With that, we want to welcome Senator Shelley Mayer.
Thank you so much. And I can't tell you how exciting it is. Wow, good timing. General Washington came in. Wow, that's like fantastic. I am so excited to be here with my colleague, Carrie Warner. We worked on this bill for 2 years. It was not an easy path to get it passed and get it signed and get the commissioner's name, but we have started, and we're thrilled to be here today. So I'm so excited to be here and with our guests, and I want to extend special thanks to all the commission members from me and from the Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, and the entire Senate. Historical anniversaries such as this are important for many reasons, and in the broadest sense, we are marking a pivotal moment in the history of our country in the establishment of the principles and values that guide us as Americans. However, at the same time, it's important to remember we're just not marking the fact that our democracy has been around for 250 years. We're also acknowledging events throughout every one of those years, not all of which, has been said before, are positive and uplifting. But as the Senate sponsor, together with Carrie, and you'll see in the language of the bill, it was essential to us that the Commission recognize the imperfections of the American Revolution and to acknowledge that there were many for whom the Revolution did not lead to liberty and freedom, including women, African Americans, Native Americans, and more. But to acknowledge and accept these shortcomings does not downplay or disrespect those who fought for independence or the ideals that guided them. On the contrary, it is a recognition that the concepts of liberty and freedom are still so extraordinarily powerful and enduring, even as they have expanded and changed since 1776. We as New Yorkers have a special relationship to the American Revolution, and I'm glad that New York City is specifically mentioned, although it should be the whole state. Many important fights in the fight for independence took place in our state. In communities around the state, we travel some of the same routes that once carried colonial troops. In fact, I live alongside Old Army Road in Yonkers, which George Washington ostensibly went up on the way to the Battle of White Plains. I think the connection gives each of us a special responsibility to preserve and celebrate this history and to speak about it broadly. And there's no question that that spirit of the American Revolution has thrived here in New York for the last 2.5 centuries, and together with the Assembly and this governor, we have tried to embody those principles as we expand the concepts of liberty and justice to more people. I'm confident that this commission will find innovative ways to engage and educate New Yorkers and visitors to come to New York and see the role of New York in the American Revolution. And I'm particularly proud that Connie Kehoe, the president of Revolutionary Westchester 250 in my home county of Westchester, has already kicked off their work with the robust effort of events, planning, convocations, and, very important, intergovernmental cooperation. Exactly. The model of what we need to be doing. I'm also particularly proud, and I think it should be acknowledged, that our leader, Majority Leader Stewart-Cousins, when we passed the bill, allocated $50,000, even though we did not know what was going to happen, to begin the work of this commission so that some of the expenses can already be attributed to the budget. So we appreciate that. We need more money, but we have a start. So thank you for your work. Thank you for your commitment to being part of this. I couldn't be more excited. There's an incredible story to tell. And there's an incredible opportunity, particularly as the chair of the Senate Education Committee, working with my commissioner, Betty Rosa, to make sure the next generation knows the full story of the American Revolution. Thank you so much.
Incredible words. Thank you, Senator. And now it is our honor to welcome a dear friend of ours here at Parks and Historic Sites, Assembly Member Carrie Warner.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Simons, Commissioner Rosa. It's wonderful to be here with all of you and with all of the commissioners here assembled. As my colleague Senator Mayer said, this is a day we have been looking forward to since we first began work on this legislation. And I want to extend a special thank you to our state historian Devin Lander because it was really. Devin brought this to my attention and worked hand in hand with us as we moved the bill forward. So thank you, Devin, for your leadership and for what I know will be your continued leadership here. So, and Lauren Roberts, who's the representative from Saratoga 250, has heard me tell this story before, so you're just going to have to bear with me, Lauren. But I had I have ancestors who fought in the battle at Saratoga, the turning point of the American Revolution. Probably why we are all here today, because that battle was fought and won by the Patriots. Of course, I had relatives on both sides. I was covered either way. But I have to say I'm happy with the outcome. So in Saratoga County, we are very much aware of how important the historic events, not just in 1776 and 1777, but the historic events that led up to it and all of the history that has followed it is. And those stories are rich. We can, from our county, and I'm sure this is true in every county across our 60 counties, we can tell the story of the emergence of our nation from its earliest point through the growth of the Industrial Revolution, to the Civil War, to the fight for equality for women, for African Americans. We can tell those stories. And it is so important that we take this moment to tell those stories, to really inspire another generation to care about preserving our nation, of growing our nation. I was 14 years old when we celebrated the bicentennial, and my parents took me to do the Freedom Walk in Boston, and I really point to that moment as where my love of American history really stemmed from. Of course, I also had blisters, but that's a whole other set of stories. But I do think that it's important for us to put these celebrations together because it will encourage that next generation. And just on a really practical level, because people know I'm pretty practical, and so forget the high-minded stuff. History tourists stay twice as long and they spend 3 times as much money as any other kind of tourist. And I know in Saratoga County, and I'm sure it's true in Westchester County and all across the state, we are looking forward to welcoming America's history tourists, the globe's history tourists, as they experience what is special about our region and learn about our history. So thank you so much. I look forward to seeing the work of the commission unfold. I will add my voice to the senators. We need funding for this. We have a tremendous resource here in the state archives, in the state library, in the state museum, filled with rich artifacts of our history in all of the ages and stages. And I am hopeful that we will be able to unlock that, to make it available and accessible to people across the state and to communities, to be able to highlight pieces of the history in real terms for our communities. So thank you so much for the great work that you do, and onward to the 250th.
Thank you, Assembly Member, and thank you, Senator. To give you an idea of the structure of the day, we will get some business items out of the way shortly, but after a lunch break later on this afternoon, and the day will ebb and flow. Right now, you see the agenda before you. The times may change. But we'll have some member introductions to the public. We'll have a presentation by myself on what Parks is doing to lay the foundation, a presentation by Dr. Rosa on state ed and everything they're doing to set us up for a commemoration, and a heritage tourism presentation by Mr. Ross Levi of I Love New York. In addition, we'll have some external presentations, some guest speakers in the house today. Leslie Morlock from the Saratoga National Historical Park. We have Art Cohen from the Clinton County Historical Society on the Spitfire, and Sail 250, New York City Tall Ships, and Chris O'Brien. Before we'll also discuss setting commission goals, a strategic plan, and discuss the cadence of these meetings moving forward. So with that, I'll welcome Phil Giltner to discuss the commission statute, discussion on procedure, and how to meet the goals of the statute. Phil.
Thank you, Randy. Well, thanks again, everybody, for coming in. Falls on me to give you the boring stuff. This is, I get to talk about the law and what the statute says, chapter and verse. And so what I thought I would do is, normal people don't have to deal with the law, right, in terms of actually what's in the statute. So I'm trying to put this in a way that is understandable and clear, and if there's any questions as we move along, I'd be happy to talk about it. So The commission was created by enacting legislation, right? The legislature created, wrote a bill, as you just saw the sponsors left. The bill, it consists of 3 parts. There's the intent of why they want to do it. That's called the legislative in the actual statute. Then there's actually a part that's the what the commission is, what it shall do, what it may do, and then lastly, how it would do it. In other words, how we're going to actually do it in terms of paying for it. And well, as we'll see as we go along how this goes. So the enacting legislation. First, there's 3 parts to the bill. As I said, there's the enacting, the legislative intent, there's the actual structure of the commission, and then how we're going to pay for it. The enacting legislation has 3 parts of the legislative intent, and here it's important. It's a lot of this stuff. It's like the sort of, if you will, this is the principles, the ideas, the things we want to say. But what I did is I highlighted some of the parts to really make it relevant to what we're trying to say here. Now, what's in the legislation, right, in the legislative intent does not go into the law books. It just goes into the record of the legislation so that you can look it up and see. So if anybody has any question, they go and they look at the legislation and say, aha, this is what they meant when they said it, and this is what they're trying to do. Judges will use that sometimes to find out, what exactly is a clarification. So in this one case, the 3 things that are going to put, the 3 points of the intention are, 1, that we want to emphasize New York's leading role in the revolutionary civil rights movement, with abolitionism, the Underground Railroad, all these things. In other words, it's not just about George Washington and the cherry tree. Okay, this is about the story of America, right? 250 years of America. The next is that also it's going to emphasize the ongoing struggle of marginalized peoples. Again, to reiterate the point as has been made already many times, and we will continue to make for the next 8 years, is that this is about all of us, right? And in state parks, actually, we have a phrase we use. It's a very nice, sort of concise way of putting it. It's our whole history, right? It's not just George Washington and Alexander Hamilton. I mean, nice guys and all that, but they really don't tell the whole story. And then the third of the points is again, make a recognition of the civil rights struggles and the complex nature of the nation. And also, we'll see a little bit more, there's going to be some specific mention of indigenous peoples and some of the things involved with that. So, the third part is the enacting legislation. We actually put in state finance law, just a little part. It's really not anything that's going to really affect the way we operate. Just says in this line in the state finance law, tax and finance will have a line to put some money in. So, and then there was a chapter amendment, and again, normal people don't know what a chapter amendment is. You write a bill, and then the governor and the legislature work out a sort of a dance between it, and they agree that they either take the bill as is or they will amend it. And so they made a chapter amendment, which again I'll talk a little bit about, but they just made the bill, the legislation a little tighter, cut down on some of the responsibilities, given the limitations of what we thought we'd be able to do under the budget of the commission. So, the bill in the what part, the middle part of the bill, we've talked about the intention, now we're talking about the what of what the commission actually does. All right, it amends the Parks Law, which, again, if you look at the Parks Law consists of 7 articles. They're not actually, you see that it starts with 13, go figure, and we're into 20, there's only 7 of them. And in Article 14 is Historic Preservation Law, where they put the commission. And here are the parts of Historic Preservation Law, why we have state parks, why we have historic preservation in state law, and then what the various things that we actually do out in People's Island and state parks. But the commission itself was going to pursue what the historic preservation mission is. In other words, in state law, it says that we believe you should preserve all of historic assets. It's what, and there's a reason why. And so that's actually in the state parks law, and there's a statement there. And this is sort of our guiding star in everything we do in historic preservation, but also because we're underneath that title of the state parks law, this is what you should be aware of. So, 6 parts to the actual commission itself, all right? First, I mean, the sixth part of the bill, it's kind of, again, it can be very boring. It's my job to talk about the boring stuff. It defines things, what is this, what is that? There's only one definition that's important. We'll talk about that in a second. Then it creates the commission, talks about the powers of the commission, what the duties of the commission, and then it gives us some authority to ask other agencies for help, and then it also gives us authority to give people things, but we have nothing to give, so, it's kind of academic. So the definitions, the only definition that's interesting here is that it defines what a heritage organization is. And this is important for us to know as a commission because we may work with heritage organizations, but there's a limitation of what a heritage organization is. To wit, it has to be an organization whose mission is limited to the preserving and promoting the history of a locale, a region, a people, or the entirety of the state. Right, so that's to say, if your organization exists for the purpose of Daughters of the American Revolution or Cornell University, I'm sorry, that's not what your mission is. We're not allowed to treat you as a heritage organization. So we have to really be focused on anything we do and we operate with as a heritage organization. It has to be limited to its scope in New York State or a regional or a nation, in this case, nations being the native peoples of New York. Something that we have to talk about also in talking about the creation and the mission of the agency is keeping ourselves clear to the difference between shall and may. Now, those of us who are parents, we know the difference, right? We also know that what I need and what I want are two different things. Think of it that way, sir. There are certain things that we shall do as an agency, or as a commission, and there are certain things we may do as a commission. And so what I'll do is I'll emphasize which is a shall and which is a may as we move along, so that we don't get anybody thinking, well, we're going to do this great thing, because in fact, we only may do it. And who knows, right? Who knows what powers we have. So, shall versus may. Let's see here. There's a couple shalls, all right? We shall create the commission. Check. We did that, all right? Excellent, all right? And it shall develop plans, all right? We shall develop plans. So far, so good. We haven't done that yet. We may. Our plans may have these things. These are things we can put in our plan, all right? We can have, we can focus on heritage organizations. We don't need to, right? We can coordinate forums. We don't need to. And on and on and on. We can coordinate activities, but we don't need to. But these are the things that are in our toolbox. Promote and encourage educational outreach programs. These are the sorts of things we may do. We actually have another list of things we may do. We may coordinate the planning of events. We may invite other interested states and nations to participate. We may coordinate and promote meetings, coordinate and promote community engagement. These are all things we may do. If we don't get them done, you don't lose any sleep over it, but these are the sorts of things that may be suggestions for us to proceed in. Lastly, we may proceed to actually find funding from private organizations. Some states have done that. I'll tell you, in our contact with other states, people have been doing fundraising. I think Colorado is like selling hats. I don't know how much we can raise by selling hats, and I don't really think that that's what we want to be doing. We can only raise money for specific purposes, namely for capital improvements, preservation and conservation needs associated with events, and sites commemorating such anniversaries. So in other words, probably not for parades, probably not for grand balls, probably not for galas, that kind of thing, but for things that are involved with conservation and promoting conservation. That's what the statute says. We can cooperate with other state and federal entities, tourist promotion entities as defined by law, and then set goals. These are all things we may do. Lastly, there is a list of specific organizations that we may cooperate with if we wish, and there's a specific list, and I have of the actual specific Native American nations that we may cooperate with. All right, this is not all of them, but these are the ones that the statute says we may. All right, so if there's a non-federally or non-state registered recognized, that we are not necessarily entitled, except, of course, like all good laws, there's like and others as needed. It's like, job description when they say and others duties as assigned. It's the same kind of thing. So the commission also lays out who shall be the members. There's going to be two co-chairs. You met co-chairs from the commission from OPRPP and State Ed. 4 appointees from each of the 2 chambers of the legislature and 4 from the governor, and some others specifically from OGS, ex-official officer, the commissioner of OGS, the president, the head of Canal Corporation, Empire State Development, New York State Tourism Advisory Council, and New York State Council of the Arts. Now, here's a shall. We shall meet once a quarter, and here we are, we're 1. So we'll probably get only 3 meetings on this year. We'll talk about that as we move ahead. But we intend to meet 4 times a year is moving ahead. So, some things about what our powers are that we may do. Those are all things about that may be in the plan. All right, but now the things we actually may do. We may prepare information, reports, state agencies. So if we had staff who wanted to write reports, if the commission chooses us to do a report, we will write a report and provide to agencies. We can assist local governments. We can apply for and receive funds from the state and federal government. And we can solicit gifts consistent, obviously, with ethics laws and so on for our activities. We may conduct studies. We may conduct education programs. We may assist individuals. We may prepare an annual report, which shall be delivered to the governor. So her first one was due on December 1st, 2022. So we're a little late on that. We may, another shall, here's our strategic plan. We shall produce a strategic plan. This is going to come out this year. The commission shall produce a strategic plan, and we shall deliver it by the end of 2022. So we're getting close. So we may ask for help, but that doesn't say that anybody has to help us if we ask for it. But we may ask for it. It says in the statute. And, we may grant funds to heritage organizations. This is what we were saying earlier about what constitutes a heritage organization. We may grant funds, but again, at the moment, that's rather hypothetical. And we may write letters of support for anything we'd like to do. And I believe is it. That is the end of my slides. So I'm happy to ask any questions. I've spent way too long looking over this. I've done a lot of thinking about it, and I'd be happy to talk about it. A number of years of working in the legislature, so I'm pretty adept at dealing with understanding what's in the law. But any questions from the commission? Great, so you all memorize this? We're all good? All right, so do you want to proceed talking about how we're going to do how we're going to operate? This is one thing we want to talk about is how we're going to proceed from this point on. All right, so the thing is, organizations often have by rules and laws. This is an advisory board, right? We are not an executive board. We are not a government board, but we can choose how we choose to operate. We can choose to operate by acclamation. We can choose by having weighted vote. We could have, rules of order, all those sorts of things. And I put it to the commission how they would like to proceed, if they would like to have formal rules, because we can write those up, or if you would like to proceed in a sort of informal manner. That's my first question to the commission. Any comments from the members? Thoughts?
I'm an informal person.
All right, perfect. So I'm guessing that we're not hearing anything
Well,
from Chet?
okay, I was trying to just wait to see if someone else was going to say anything, but because we have open meetings and because this is an 8-year commission, I wouldn't be opposed to Robert's Rules of Order. That way we have things documented, and as a historian, those minutes and things could be in the record for the 500th.
Marvelous.
Well, I don't know if we'll be
That's a
around.
point well taken.
But, yeah, but I also, if it's, I believe for the right of the majority to govern, but I would like to have documented somehow.
I thank you for pointing that out. In fact, we are taking notes right now. Notes are being taken, and it is being recorded. And the meeting will be available online for people to watch, and the notes will be also put out publicly as well. Would that meet what you're aiming for?
For now.
Okay, that's totally fine. That's totally, Ms. Bivens?
I
I don't know if your mic's working.
guess it's working.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
It's working. I would concur. I think that I prefer a bit more formality, particularly because it is being recorded and folks may join us virtually. So I want us to look like we are moving in a very kind of procedural way.
Okay.
So that is my preference.
Well, what I would suggest we do in this case is, again, we're not really formed yet in the sense of we don't have rules about how we're going to do rules. But let's say, why don't we go with something like, a motion from the chair, seconding, all that kind of, that level of organization, opening up with like a reference to correspondence, a reference to treasurer's report if there were one, that's sort of the beginning, sort of traditional classic meeting format. And then at the end of the meeting, setting an upcoming date.
Yes.
And a simple majority for a vote is suitable?
Yes.
I mean, there's no weighted votes. I mean, because we could, there's ex officio members and there's appointed members. We could do like one vote block for the people from the assembly, one vote from the I mean, we could do all kinds of crazy stuff. But simple majority would work?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
So that's what we'll do. In that spirit, then I would ask the co-chairs to make a motion to adopt an ongoing formalized voting pattern of decision-making with motions that shall be put forth, seconded, and voted upon, and then a motion to adjourn, a motion to convene. Is that suitable?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, to the commission, a motion to create formalities surrounding the structure of this commission moving forward, surrounding decision-making, adjournment, and all future scripted and organized notes surrounding what is discussed at these commission meetings. Motion.
So moved.
Second? All right, so approved.
So approved, we need a vote. So should we vote, show of hands?
Show of hands.
Or shall we just go by acclamation?
Yeah, maybe
I'm
motion.
sorry, so for
Second.
the discussion.
Oh, yes, for discussion.
Will there be a simple majority for votes, or will it be one of the things that you?
Well, let's put that to open for discussion. That's a great question. So the motion is to discuss whether we shall have a simple majority for decisions, or shall there be, for example, a larger majority, a supermajority for spending, for example, that's commonly done, where you would have a larger majority for spending decisions? Or are we content with a simple majority of those present? Any opinions, preferences, experience? Am I capturing what you're trying to say?
Yes, I just want to make sure it's very clear, as well as what would be a quorum for us?
Quorum is, do we agree a quorum would be a majority of those who have been appointed? And that is also to include ex officio members?
Yeah, and designees.
Yes, or their designees.
And then,
Currently, we are at 19. So that would be, I'm not a math guy, I'm a history guy, right? 10?
so a quorum would be 10.
10.
And would so a simple majority, then 6 of the 10 would enact.
Are we happy with that, or are that?
The 19 would then be able to pass something if there was only
Yeah.
10 here as a quorum.
That's an excellent point. So should we, we would wind up in a situation where 6 people could be spending all the money, and the other 13 would have no idea,
We don't have any money, right?
right? Well, again, assuming, but, whatever it is we do, we could decide, to give Phil a raise for, 6 guys, I could talk you into it.
The other option is what?
Well, we could just say that we cannot operate unless we have 10 present for a quorum, and they cannot actually vote on anything unless you have unanimity of those 10.
Correct.
You could say that. So the 10 votes to do anything, full stop.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
Commissioner?
I'm just sitting here. I have 17 board members on the Board of Regents, so I do this every month.
Lucky you.
This is like as familiar as we're going through this. And usually we just have, quorum, majority, and that kind of situation. So I'm more than glad to share some of the rules that we, and we do operate by Robert's rules. So loosely.
Yeah, a subset, and only, Robert's Rules is really this thick, yeah.
Loosely. So, more than glad to, if that's helpful, to share some of our ways of work.
Do we have, does anybody, did everybody hear that? The suggestion was that we would actually adopt the rules used by the Board of Regents, is it? As a model?
It's 17 board members.
Okay.
Representing different regions, as you know.
Yeah, but they, I think, weighted voting, do they not? Do they have weighted voting?
No.
Okay. Should we adopt?
Question.
Yes, Connie.
Would that be a virtual attendance?
Well, this is another thing we'll have to talk about in a minute.
As part
Yeah,
of like
yeah.
the quorum?
That's
or
another
not?
matter. And also, my understanding is that we are not an actual government, we're not performing a governing function here. We are an advisory board. So therefore, don't have to follow the exact strict letter of the law relating to open meetings law, which requires you to be in person. But you can do it virtually. And I think, given the fact that we have practically no money, that might be a very good solution for us to look at. So a virtual format where we use the simple majority, such as you use at state ed, and then we are also going to get a copy of the rules for state ed and distribute them to the members and see if they're suitable to them.
I'll do that. Yeah, because for us, it's the same thing if you're virtual, you have to be in a place with the public, so those rules I'm not gonna include.
Right.
Because we're not subject to the open meeting, so, this group is not.
Yeah, that's right. We don't have to follow the letter of that.
Without the complicated rules as if, you were functioning, in terms of the way we function, just keep it as simple as possible without the open meeting, and even with Robert's rules, just to keep them, Robert's rules light.
I love that phrase. I think it hits the nail on the head. That's where we want to be.
But for now, before we have those rules, we do have a quorum today, right?
Yes, we do.
So we can decide that we have a quorum, and we're going to go by simple majority. Sounds like
Right.
that's
I
the
think
sentiment.
I think so, and also, and I think that we can make the case that in good faith. We are making a good faith effort to do what we believe is rules of order light. Is everybody fine with that? I think, how about a motion?
There's a motion on the floor.
Do we have a motion to discuss whether or not, what the vote would be on, well, how we would actually do a vote? In terms of majority or not of those present would be suitable for a decision. That's where Jennifer left it. Is that fine? Acclamation be fine?
I didn't make a motion, I just asked for in the
Okay.
discussion period.
Oh, so the motion was,
The motion was made, and then I added to the discussion.
okay, I'm sorry.
The motion is still open.
All right, so the motion is to adopt a lightweight version of,
If I may,
yes,
if I may, it feels as though we haven't quite done sufficient analysis around this, and I feel a little uncomfortable with the vote on this. There is time for committee discussion after the presentations. Might I recommend that we take a moment to think this through a little bit, because I think there are conversations here around votes, simple majority, budgets, and so on and so forth. So if I might recommend that we table this a little bit for this discussion, think it through a little bit with our various councils, and come back with a recommendation before we set a structure that might be difficult for us to, continue to follow.
And it might be prudent to just script some of the decision points here so that we can organize, that motion. And if anyone wants to see some of the detailed print in, said guidance, we'll be happy to share that along with the commission members, and then maybe table this for
Like it.
later this meeting, or, yes?
So, again, my voice. So point of clarification in regards to structure, I'm just a little confused, so I just want to get some clarification, because initially the motion was to, how are we going to conduct our meetings? That was the initial motion. And then out of that motion, there was a point of discussion regarding quorum and budget, et cetera. But I think the first point is conducting of meetings. And for my purposes, it was for documentation and recording purposes, and even if it's consensus, but to have an agenda, et cetera. So I think that the original motion was convoluted with this other discussion, and I'd like to rescind the motion to be more clarified.
So, if I understand you correctly, you're rescinding the motion to document?
Until there's, because I think that there was other discussion that was added, it wasn't, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't related to the motion, I feel, so I don't want this other to be.
Okay, I think we did vote on agreeing to the documentation of the meeting, and then we have discussed whether to have a lightweight version of rules. Is that where we are?
No, the motion was different. The gentleman, what was the motion that you made?
The motion simply set a structure, formality surrounding decision-making and the order of the business
Right.
of each meeting.
And that's what I felt like it was clear, but then there was other conversation about quorum, about budgets.
That's because business is voting.
Yes,
Yeah.
but not so much for me. My point of bringing it up was about documentation, but then these other things came on. That's why I'm saying, like, I want to rescind what I was saying, because now we're not a governing board, as was stated. So the business of the day is not what the purpose for documenting and having an order and procedure of doing the meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Rosa?
Sure, I think procedurally, there was a motion on the floor.
Yeah, that might not be audible. Yeah.
Yeah, procedurally, there was a motion on the floor. So that's what you vote on, if there's a second. I think what happened was, then there was discussion that didn't support, that was not necessarily related to the motion. So I think that that's where the confusion came in. And then there was another discussion about can we take, not necessarily a motion, but another discussion about can we table, which could be a motion, you know what I'm saying? So I think we kind of, you know, we kind of went around in taking the original motion, which was yours. We didn't have a second, and then we could have gone on to a discussion about the next, so if we can just
Okay.
clarify that, that would be
So-
helpful.
To reset, to level set. Are we in agreement? Shall we have a motion to have the record of this meeting written and taped and posted on our website of the commission? That's plain. That's one motion. And then the next thing after that, we'll talk about rules, how to proceed. Does that work?
On the motion, yeah.
Okay, so I need someone to move that we record and post and blah-de-blah-de-blah on this meeting. I need a motion.
Okay, so motion to move forward to the recording, taping, posting, and making public the contents of this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Let's move. And a vote?
All in
Show of
favor?
hands. All right, boom, done. So that's done. That motion is salted away, good. We have it on tape, we have it noted. Now we have a motion on whether or not to create specific rules of procedure, which, from Commissioner Rosa's suggestion, would be based on, but not equivalent to, the rules used by the State Board of Regents, which will be a lightweight version of Robert's Rules, inspired by Robert's Rules with ordering, with secretary notes, correspondence, and so on, all those sorts of things that we're familiar with from our other board member duties. Is that consistent with what everybody thinks that we're trying to do?
Are we going to get a chance to see what those rules
That's
are?
exactly it, is that we are going to now open make a statement that is our goal.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going to secure a copy of the rules that they use at State Ed, review them, and then make a decision at a later point about whether those are suitable for what we want to do. Commissioner Moy's suggestion, she would like to review them with council or whatnot.
I just suggest that we table this portion of that conversation. I suggest that we table the portion of the conversation relative to those approvals until we have a recommendation from the staff that are staffing this commission. And I think that might be the best way for us to proceed. That's my note on it. I think that'll
Perfect.
allow us to move forward with the presentations, which I think are very important, that I would like for us to get to the extent that that's possible.
Marvelous. So, that having been said, my understanding is the motion is to examine the rules proposed by state ed and take them to a staff level examination to see whether they're suitable and vote on them at a later time, presumably later today. At the end of the day, we have a spot for our actually, how we're going to proceed later on. So I have a chance to look over it. Can we do that?
So that suggests that we're not going to vote on anything
We're only
today.
voting on whether we're going to vote in the future.
Okay, all right. So this meeting, we're not voting on anything.
Well, this meeting, you'll see on the end of the day, we have a commission discussion and deliberations from 3 to 3:30. We could talk about it then, if we feel comfortable at that time.
In that case, as you stated, if that's the stated motion, I think I would second it, and we could call a vote on that, which is simply to delay.
Well, we're not delaying, we're actually.
As well as what you said,
Right.
about Dr. Rosa's approach to the way the state ed carries out the meetings with a light touch, and that's what we'll discuss later.
Right, but we will be getting.
I take it as a motion, or.
All right, so to reiterate, we will look at these proposed rules from Commissioner Rosa's organization, and hopefully get a chance to consider those later today, if we actually get those in our hands before then. Does that work for everyone? So, I need a motion. We had the motion.
I made that.
So, a second?
I'm happy to second it.
Second from Christine. Vote?
All
in favor? Abstentions? Opposition? All right, so that's what we'll do. Good. That having been said, how are we doing here? Quick move this. One of the things we need to talk about as a commission is whether or not, how we're going to structure ourselves. For example, in 1976, the State Commission had 5 working committees underneath it. They had an endorsement commission, had a research commission, had a grant commission, on and on and on. I only throw this out there as a possibility that we may need to make small groups that need to do specific tasks associated with this commission. In preparation for this meeting, some of the thoughts that came to mind in staff preparation were, we could use a subcommittee to write the strategic plan. We could use a committee for outreach. We could use a committee for fundraising. These are all things that I'm not saying I'm not recommending them. I'm only throwing those out as sort of things that we have thought about as committees that might be useful for us to have. And I throw it to the members to the co-chairs to consider a conversation with the members of the commission on that matter.
It strikes me that those all sound suitable, but until they come up in the course of conversation, I think we just need some more definition. For instance, the strategic plan. We know a strategic plan needs to be done. It's already due. And perhaps it's something that we could structure today, knowing that that is a charge ahead of us. When it comes down to outreach, I can envision, parks taking a lead on that as well, but many of you perhaps can see you and your teams taking lead on that as well. But without definition or structure behind that specific committee, I guess I would recommend through the course of conversation, when we approach a topic or initiative or a charge ahead, that we can set that commission or that subcommittee, I should say, directly after that conversation.
To break the silence here, I think that the strategic plan would provide the way forward in terms of what those actual subcommittees would be. So it seems to me like we would organize ourselves to work on different aspects of the strategic plan, and from the strategic plan we would determine what the subcommittees would be, and then what their charges would be to do, whatever they are, work they're charged with doing. But I don't know that we can set subcommittees without a plan. So, yeah.
The cart before the horse, if you will.
Totally agree, because I think we've had an opportunity to look at the pre-work that's been done from 2019, moving forward in terms of, looking from our space in terms of SED. So for me, it would, I'm already down the road of not only our DSs, we have a meeting already set up for that, our schools, our superintendents. So I have I kind of envision it in terms of our space, that there are individuals that would be part of, to your point, it's kind of like I structure our team, and then we have, we're looking at part B to this, which is the subcommittee underneath that, because I want that representation at the local, state, you're looking at local, regional, and state level, and since we touch all 3 points, we're going to be planning along that. But that would probably be a section that's very specific to, our schools, our communities, our libraries, our museums. So that to us is pretty defined in the way, in terms of, looking at the strategic plan.
Yes.
It seems like we're late in planning, and I'm just concerned that if we, I think it's important to move forward in a proper manner, but I am concerned that it's going to delay our progress in getting actually a plan done for what will happen for, in 2026. May I suggest, if the staff has information on, I think it's important for us to look at how it was done in 1976. We don't have to go back that far. But if there were these 5 committees, it would be interesting to see what 5 committees governed it. And also, I know that we're behind many other states. So maybe we can learn something from the other states. I'm not saying that we need to duplicate or copy, but they are already moving forward with events that they're marketing. So it might be interesting if, as part of this committee, we can have somebody with research look at what the other states are doing, and then possibly coordinate, maybe it's through the outreach, if there's an outreach committee, coordinate with the other states, because there are states that we, geographically we're very close to, that we might need to do things together. So we would need to know what, what's in the best interest of New York State as far as working with other states. So I know I threw a lot on the table, but I think my point is that I'm feeling the urgency that we are so far behind, 2 years behind at least, that I hope that we don't get bogged down in just, how to move forward without looking at the events ahead of us that we could, be working on, faster.
Can we, I'm sorry, can we share, because we've done Devin has already, I think, some of this work has already been done. So I think part of what I'm hearing from our work is that some people have deeper understanding of it and others are just coming into it. I know Devin has done, as you'll see later on, from 2019, there's been a lot of starting work. So I think the research has been done in terms of other states. More than glad to share that with the entire committee, which Devin will do, which can reset that to your question.
That would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yes, and just as a little preview, we have been in touch with, there is a Mid-Atlantic group of commissions. There is a New England group, and because of geographical proximity, we have been in touch. As a matter of fact, we're going to a meeting with the New England group on June 4th, is it? June 4th, at Saratoga. So we have been in touch and finding out what they're doing. So, and there's also the national group. They just had their call yesterday with the national group that Joe Crowley is a member of. They had a meeting yesterday, and so there are some things that are going on with that. We'll talk about that.
Respectfully, may I ask that there has been significant amount of work that's been done by state ed and by parks. And I know that there have been many conversations at the governmental level to support this commission, and there are a number of presentations. Might I recommend that we hear those and have discussion and use the afternoon time in order to make sure that we have the best possible discussion of how to move forward, because I suspect that there is more work that's been done than we're ready to set a plan for. So I recommend we hold off on this portion of it until our afternoon session.
That was well put. Well put. And I think that's exactly right. The presentation, some of the presentations we'll be hearing, what we're doing at Parks and State, will inform some of the things that we all naturally have questions on. That having been said, we're practically coming up to our lunch break. This is as good a time as any to take a break, and then reconvene, at which time we will have the presentations from the agencies. The members of the commission will introduce themselves to the public as well, and then we will proceed with the external presentations. And then, we don't have rules yet, do we? It's chaos. I leave it to the two co-chairs to make a determination. I'm merely a. It's all good.
And the other question, right now we have 45 minutes slotted. If those, we're happy to shorten that, if many feel, or 45 minutes is suitable. I don't know if there's any strong thoughts surrounding the timing of the lunch break.
It's important.
All right, so maybe we reconvene around 12:30?
12:30, so not 45 minutes, so chop, chop. All right, so we'll meet you all at 12:30. Thank you very much, people.
Oh, that's
12:30.
And I told her, I had already given her a heads up, we were going to do this. And I told her that Daniel, that how important it was for him to have seen the put to him in section, whether it happens for Sequoia or not. Because they're going to market that, and he could be a very good resource for them.
Absolutely.
For whatever they're doing.
Well,
He was pretty impressed.
you could not be, right? The thing that I'm suggesting, and you guys, this is really part of your portfolio, we've got such an extraordinary history in the viewshed from that location that you don't have to make it a traditional museum. You just interpret it through the space so that whether it's a hotel or a conference center or what have you, if you visit it, you learn all about Alcohol Island here, War of 1812 here, Russian Indian War here, and the viewshed enhances the story when you present the story, and that's right up your alley. That's a contract for the Clinton County Historical Society.
Well, we kind of made a plea for the alumni. I don't know about getting our name in their heads. Don't kick us out.
Can I make an introduction?
Yeah.
Brian? This is Brian Stratton, Director of the Canal Corporation. How do you do? And a very good friend and a great champion of what we do. So, and he's on the commission. And so these are the folks I'm now working with at the Clinton County Historical Association Museum. And it's been and Ed, you met Ed before? Ed is on the dive survey research team. He'll be out in Seneca Lake. Was there last year, and obviously all the canal boat results are being studied and will be utilized by canal boats. Artist does some amazing work for us, and really opened up a good chapter in canal history. Finding this treasure trove of some of these. It was a good theory. It turned out it worked. Yeah. Well, this one we should. I don't want to. We're going out there for a long enough period of time. The crew that just was out there last year, so we know what to expect. We're going to use the smaller boat that was designed for what we're doing. And so we're not going to have great capacity for visitors. But that's what we'll part boat. So, but yeah, no, we're excited about that. In fact, I know what he's talking about. Ed is a retired New York State trooper. He was on the dive team for 20 years, 30 years. And so he's a real asset to everything.
I'll take it for you first.
I heard that.
Right, yeah,
He started very young.
They should have all done. There's more food there. I just had a big issue.
He's excited. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that was really amazing. Yeah. Art is great.
Pull that out of the toolbox.
Totally up to you. I'm not, I would say if we're looking at you or I would take those breaks there.
More like. This is. Yes. I get so sad when they're busy. My daughter will let me.
Walking's good. I mean, I find if I don't, I have more trouble than if I did.
But I really,
Where I live.
it took me a while to just see the.
I was thinking resting was a better thing to do, but it's not. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's the property?
Actually, it's not completed yet.
Oh, okay.
She needed the layout. State So they did it. But the problem is the first hour.
Okay.
And you will come to average. Huge. So, it's up and coming. But that's the first time.
Chelsea Towers?
First it was her and like 30 hours. So maybe
I can check into, yeah, totally. Yeah, and then, yeah, they can move pretty quick. Wow. Oh, yeah. I see.
Would it work? You're waiting for like a moment to be.
The cookies were bigger than the wine. Awesome.
So do you remember?
All right, I'll try to be brief then.
No, you're.
You know how it can just grow.
And your last name is easy to remember. My son. Right.
I figured when I get married.
I get Simmons, so Simmons and Simons. I don't get all the variations. So, what's that? I'm Randy. Yeah, I was from community ed communications and chief of staff.
That I've gone.
So you
So I guess we're ready to go. Get that out of the way.
Well, have fun. Go to our website, by the way, look at the old videos of moving out of the mall. That's a long time ago. Hey, John, nice to see you.
Okay, with that, we'll call back to order the New York 250 Commemoration Commission. And now we get to the fun part of the day, the get to know each other segment. We're going to do brief member introductions, and we ask each of our commission members to state your name, your affiliation, and a brief background to bring everybody up to speed on how you arrived here today. So with that, like any photograph or the way we read, we're going to go left to right, and we are going to start with Christine Nicholas from the New York State Tourism Advisory Council.
No. The light's on, but it's not working. All right. There we go. I think that maybe, no? Not yet. There, okay, very good. Thank you so much. I'm Christine Nicholas. I have the honor of chairing the Governor's Tourism Advisory Council, working closely with the I Love New York team and Ross Levi. In my real life, or my other life, I should say, I own a public relations firm, Nicholas & Lentz Communications, and we do a lot in the tourism world because 17 years ago, before co-founding the firm, I was the CEO of NYC & Company from 99 to 2007. And I give the years only because in 99, tourism was doing great, had no issues, and then of course 2001 came when we couldn't really market New York City when it was in deep destruct. But we prevailed thanks to colleagues like Natasha Caputo. So I've had a 20-year-odd career in tourism and in communications, and I look forward to working with this commission and helping to promote all these wonderful things that we will hopefully do. Thanks.
That's great. I'm Constance Kehoe. I serve as president of Revolutionary Westchester County, that is, and I have several other hats. I work in partnership with the county of Westchester, and I don't know if Natasha's still here, but I think she is there. And I also work informally with the Hudson Valley Regional Group. So I've gotten involved in this, as some people know, early on, and it's actually been 5 years since in Westchester we have been holding events, small events, bigger events, but building a foundation of awareness. That's the mission of our nonprofit. So there are 5 of us who are on a executive committee with me. Mark, my vice president, is here, and as a nonprofit with volunteers, we really depend on our partners. So Devin suggested that I tell you one very special thing that we're doing this fall. It involves his museum and the archives and West Point and some other places as well. But it is, Revolutionary Westchester is making a marriage between the Rockefeller Brothers Fund at Picantico with these lending organizations who can bring down to Westchester some of the key archives and documents. And from Devin, this one is really special. And maybe he'll say more about it, but here in this museum, just over the last, 6 months ago, 10 months ago, the Fidelity Medal that was given to one of the captors of the spy, Major Andre, was given to the museum. And for this special exhibit that we're working with the Picantico Center, that medal is coming down back to Tarrytown, where the capture actually happened. So this is like an amazing thing, and we're like the marriage brokers. So not only that, but thank you, Devin, for letting us borrow that. And yes, thank you, Dr. Rosa. But the other part, the archives also in this building have incredible documents that relate to that same story about Benedict Arnold and the spy. So we are bringing also down, we are, they are, the archives are coming with 8 or 9 of the documents that were in Andre's boot, those things that gave away that he was a spy. So for us, that's a very great way to show that scholarship and all of that, the education part, but we also have some costumes from the TV show Turn. So that's not exactly accurate history, but we're going to have school groups come through, and by promoting this, and the Rockefeller Brothers Fund will promote it themselves, and they will make a press release soon about this. So that's one thing we're doing this year. That's almost my whole 5 minutes, but we also have now planned, with Natasha's help and others, to have a Revolution on the Hudson event in November at a point. If you were in the Revolution, you called it Teller's Point, but you call it Croton Point Park. It's a county park, and we've set up to curate with reenactors like that guy and others, and have some animals and have some history as well. So those are 2 things we're doing this fall. I'd love to tell you the many things we've done over the last 4 years, but I think only if there's more time at the end. Then I'll take the microphone back. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Ross Levi. I'm the Executive Director of the New York State Division of Tourism, which you probably know better as I Love New York. And I'm a Vice President at Empire State Development, which is New York State's economic development agency. I'll be doing a presentation in a bit, which I look forward to. So thank you for the opportunity. And I'm also here today representing our Commissioner, Hope Knight, who couldn't be here today but looks forward to future meetings.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Romano-Moore. I am the Executive Director of the Onondaga Historical Association in Syracuse, New York. In addition to our Comprehensive History Museum, we also operate the Scano Great Law of Peace Center, a Haudenosaunee Cultural Center in Liverpool, New York, along the shores of Onondaga Lake, and that is specifically connected to the Onondaga Nation and the history that we present there. I'm grateful to be on this commission. I'm a newcomer, and look forward to being part of the planning. Thank you.
I'm going to use this microphone. Good afternoon. My name is Joy Bivens. I have the privilege of serving as director of the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in Harlem, New York. We are one of 3 research libraries of the New York Public Library System, and our library's mission is really to bring to life and to share documents and materials related to the histories and cultures of people of African descent. So we represent the global Black diaspora. We hold and steward 11 million items across the centuries. Some of our oldest objects date from the 16th century. And so what we offer to our visitors is an opportunity to engage their curiosity about the places and spaces that people of African descent have occupied, not just here in the United States, not just in New York, not just in Harlem, but across the hemisphere and around the world. We are not only stewards of materials, but we also host many public programs. We mount exhibitions. We do a great deal of work in our community to make sure that we are a conduit for Harlemites to this great material that we hold and steward. While I am so excited to be here to really commemorate the semi-quincentennial, and I may be one of the only people who can get that word out with little kind of difficulty. But I'm also wanting to share that in 2025, we will be celebrating our centennial, which is a great, a big deal for institutions like ours that are stewards of materials of communities that are often on the margin. So my history and what has brought me to this space is for the past, well, really more than 20 years, I've been involved in historic institutions, so the Chicago History Museum, the International African American Museum in Charleston, South Carolina, and now the Schomburg Center, where really what we try to do, or what I think is so important for us to do, is to bring history to life and to bring history to young people so that they are equipped and can analyze the world in which they live. So we all know that the past is present, and so this is a really important moment, an important commission, so that we can do the hard work of really telling the stories of all those who are Americans and share this in our beloved homeland. So I'm happy to be here, and I hope I didn't take up too much time, but I think this work is so critical, and I'm really glad to be a part of this commission.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Louise Mirror. I'm president and CEO of the New York Historical Society, which is New York's first cultural institution. We were founded in 1804 by 11 visionary men who'd lived through the American Revolution and recognized in the middle of very tumultuous times, New York City was burned twice at least during the Revolution, and these men, in the midst of great tumult, had the clear-headedness to say, let's take stock, collect, and preserve so that future generations will know what happened. Very extraordinary to be able to think so clearly at that moment in time. That was how we were established, and we have taken very much to heart the vision of those men, and we continue to collect and preserve around the history of the nation through the lens of New York. We are an institution that has many millions of documents in our great Patricia D. Klingenstein library that tell virtually every story one could imagine about the history of the nation. We have, for example, the authorization for the Louisiana Purchase signed by Napoleon Bonaparte, and much else of great historic import and information. We also have a great art collection as well, a museum collection that tells the story. The main event for us is education, and we have more than 250,000, almost exclusively in New York City public school students who learn American history with us each year. We are doubling down on the theme of democracy and its importance and its fragility, and have created recently a program for sixth graders in New York City to spend a week-long residency with us, learning about the evolution of democracy and some of the things that were said at the beginning of this meeting. We do have plans for 2026, and I look forward to sharing them with you. Above all, we are building a new wing right now, which will open as a space for inclusive American history, including the first ever home of the American LGBTQ plus museum on the top floor of the new wing. And that will be the centerpiece of our 2026 celebrations. And thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. I already introduced myself, but I'll go again. My name is Devin Lander. I'm the New York State historian. I'm an employee of the State Museum here. We're hosting this meeting, and on behalf of Commissioner Rosa, the Board of Regents, and the Office of Cultural Ed, I've kind of been the liaison for our agency on 250th planning. We're going to talk more about what our agency's been up to in a little bit, but I just want to again thank everybody. I've been working very closely with State Parks and Phil and the team there, and I just want to thank everybody again for taking the time and for helping us launch this commission.
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. That's a call and response. Good afternoon, everybody.
All right, I know we just ate lunch. I don't want to be in the way of the rest of the presentations that's set up, but my name is Georgette Greer-Key, and I'm the Executive Director of Eastville Community Historical Society and the Chief Curator. I have many, many, many hats. As many of you know, I am an NAACP President, and I work on a state level for the Museum Association of New York. I see many of my friends, and I always like to say I stand here on the shoulders of giants, but also I look at many of the people in this room as my co-conspirators, my co-designers, and my collaborators, because we've worked together in various capacities. And so I'm thankful to be here to bring forth the history that I deem so important in as American history. I'm so grateful to hear the plans that we have as a professor, a history professor. I teach students of all backgrounds, and they always say, we didn't learn history this way. Well, and because I'm allowed to be in a space to be authentically who I am, to be me, and that's what you're gonna get. So I thank you for being here. There's not enough time for me to really tell you the full picture of who I am, but I'm so happy to be here. And I just want to say I'm even happy to be on this commission and this panel here with all of these great people who have been working all this time. So thank you for being you. So that's me.
How you doing? Rich Pizek, Buffalo Public Schools, Niagara Frontier, Council for Social Studies President from Buffalo, New York, the far end of the state. I'm happy to be sitting here next to you. We met last night. I'm just happy to be a part of this and give an educator's voice and perspective to a lot of stuff we're doing on the commission. And to answer your question, I arrived here by car. I heard that, so I gotta play that little joke. So, but no, I came here to hopefully impart some stuff we can use in the classroom and from here and back to Western New York. So, thanks.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lauren Roberts. I am chair of Saratoga 250, and I have also been the Saratoga County historian for the last 15 years. I'm happy to be a part of this. I'm also a on the board of trustees for the Association of Public Historians of New York State, which is our statewide organization of municipal historians. And we worked closely with Devin and his team to prepare the field guide that you all have a copy of, and talking about broadly about the themes that we think are important to explore for the 250th. In Saratoga County, we created Saratoga 250, a 13-member commission. It was created by the Board of Supervisors back in 2021, and we've been programming since early 2022. We do have a clear mission of 3 main points. The first is to promote education of our revolutionary past. The second is to increase heritage tourism. And the third is to improve infrastructure around our historic sites, because we want to ensure that any investment that's made during the commemorative period has a longer life after 2033, which is when our commission ends. I think we've done some really great programming. I'll share that last weekend we had our 3rd annual Women in War Symposium, where we bring in scholars from across the Eastern Seaboard to talk about the roles that women had in the American Revolution. And then we do an on-site tour where we partnered with the Saratoga National Historical Park. They've been great partners, and we were able to bring people around and talk on site where pretty important women from the Saratoga campaign we were able to tell their stories. So I'm excited to be a part of this commission. I think we can do some great things together and bring together all of the different regions of New York State and have a collaborative commemoration. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Jennifer Voigtchild, the Command Historian of the United States Military Academy at West Point. I am a graduate of the Academy and spent 20 years in the Army before entering federal civil service 5 years ago. At West Point, we're really lucky that we have our own museum, and we also have a library that has for academic research, and also our records holding group from NARA. And we also have the West Point Band, and you can find them at westpointband.com, who would love to come to some of your different commemorations and celebrations. They've already been invited to Lexington and Concord next April, which we're really excited about. We also have the Digital History Center that has already done a phenomenal web presence for the Battle of Brooklyn. So if you have not seen that, I highly encourage you to look for that. It includes an animation of the British landing at the Battle of Brooklyn, and then an overlay of current Brooklyn sites and where the battle occurred, where different parts of the battle occurred. And finally, we are the home of Margaret Corbin for the last 20 years of her life, and so our first woman pensioner of the United States military, and we're very proud of that fact. So come see Fortress West Point when you get a chance.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Barbara Russell. I'm the town historian for the town of Brookhaven. We're the largest town in New York State. As a matter of fact, my colleague from Buffalo said, "You should be a city." Anyway, I'm in my 20th year as the town historian. I've been active with the Association of Public Historians since I've come to this position. I'm a former board member. I've been active in setting up Long Island 250 by executive order of the Nassau and Suffolk County executives. That was last June. I was happy to hear about the Battle of Brooklyn because Long Island played a very unique role in the American Revolution. Following the Battle of Brooklyn, we were under British occupation the entire time. So we have a very, very unique story to tell. And to my colleague Constance Keogh, when you talk about the apprehension of Andre, after he was apprehended, he was turned over to Major Benjamin Talmadge, who came from the town of Brookhaven on Long Island, as did all of the starters of the Culper Spy Ring. So we have lots and lots to tell, and I want to thank you all for coming today, and I am proud to be a member of this commission. Thank you.
It's hard to follow such a great introduction. My name is Jeanette Moy, and I'm Commissioner for the New York State Office of General Services. Along with my colleagues in the Hochul administration, Commissioners Rosa, Simons, Director Stratton, and those that are representing the Department of State and others, we've been preparing for this for quite some time. And my agency in particular is a support agency. I want to tell you a little bit about our assets, to the extent that we can help and support. We oversee the MLK Jr. Tribute and related events. We produce over 2,000 events across the state of New York. And we do exhibits that uplift the history and voices of diverse communities from across the state, including, if you haven't had a chance to see it, the Corky Lee exhibit right now in the governor's reception room in the Capitol. We have a world-class public art collection, which is free, which is the Rockefeller Art Collection, along with one of the foremost collections of Harlem arts in the 20th century, which is the Harlem Art Collection, which was created after the Adam Clayton Powell Building was established in Harlem. And so between our 20 million square feet that we oversee, our 30,000 tenants, including this building right here, the Empire State Plaza, and the Capitol, we do a significant amount of work. So we're here to support. We are here to support the agencies and ensure that it is a beautiful rollout, which I know the state will do. And on a personal level, I am a Brooklyn Public Library alum, so happy we have many New York City librarians here at the table, though I'm not one. I wish I was. But I'm also Queens born and raised. There is no one who said Queens yet and would like to say best borough in the city. This is in part of Long Island. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Stratton. I am the director of the New York State Canal Corporation. The Canal Corporation oversees New York State's 524-mile canal system, which includes the Erie Canal, which next year celebrates its 200th anniversary since it opened in 1825. It is a pleasure to join with my colleagues, both on the governor's cabinet and on the commission, and with our co-chairs, Dr. Rosa and Commissioner Simons. Doctor, as you know, the fourth grade curriculum in New York State schools includes teaching the Erie Canal. And students need to know that while they may know that the Erie Canal opened in 1825, it has never closed. In fact, on Friday, we will open the canal system for our 200th consecutive navigation season. And we move next year to the celebration of the bicentennial of the canal and the World Canals Conference in Buffalo, New York. Buffalo is here at the table, and we hope that you'll be there with us. Governor Hochul, in her 2024 State of the State address, announced the formation of an Erie Canal Bicentennial Commission. So between this commission and that commission, I will be working very, very hard. And I would argue that no celebration of our nation's 250th anniversary would be complete without including the very important impact that the opening and the continuation of the Erie Canal has had, not only on our state, but on the nation. It was the first viable connection between the Atlantic Ocean and the Great Lakes, and it really opened up the way west for our country to grow. I'm very much looking forward in the next segment to the presentation of our very good friend and colleague, Art Cohn, talking about Lake Champlain, and what I'm sure Art would also love to talk about, but won't have time today, is the work that he has done uncovering artifacts in our canal system. So it's an honor to work with Art and to work with all of you, very much looking forward to inviting the West Point Band to come to help us celebrate the bicentennial of the Erie Canal. We know DeWitt Clinton probably sailed by West Point when he made his journey in 1825. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Justin Cartwright. I'm the Director of Government Relations at the Department of State, and I am serving as the designee for the Secretary of State. I've been at the Department of State for almost 7 years. The Department of State is kind of the treasure chest of state government. We house many different things, including licensing services, the Division of Corporations, the Office for New Americans, local government services, among many other things. We do also house the Commission on African American History, which I think would be a great commission that we could collaborate with in the future as we move forward with this wonderful commission. I look forward to working with everybody and seeing the progress we make. And thank you.
Somebody online, too.
She had to disconnect shortly after the morning session. But thank you for that reminder. So, Commission, thank you for that incredible display of experience and passion. And with that, I think we're assured that New York State is in great hands when we look at the commemoration of the 250th has begun essentially, but beginning officially today and moving forward through 2032. So good afternoon, all. Again, I'm Randy Simons, Acting Commissioner for the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation, and today we emphasize historic preservation. This is going to be Commission One Fun Ride. We have a lot of things planned here at Parks, as you do with your respective organizations, and we're especially proud that this year is our Park Centennial, our 100th anniversary of the structure that has shaped us today. We can't tell our story. Our origin story starts with the Rev 250 connection. Washington headquarters. General's in the house today. Oh, Sergeant. But Washington headquarters, 1850, first state historic site in the nation. And it was Washington's time in Newburgh where he rejected the idea of an American monarchy. He created the badge of military merit, the forerunner to the Purple Heart. And he drafted an influential letter to state governors proposing ideas for a new republic. And then Niagara Falls comes online as the first state park in the nation, 1885. But there's really nobody watching all these individual sites as a whole. And New York, and it started with many like community groups like today, like we're forming today to commemorate the 250th. It was community groups that started to form in different regions. And then New York State in 1924 wakes up to the idea that, yeah, we need to be doing this on a bigger picture level. So 1924, the State Parks Act, and that's what we celebrate today, created the structure of oversight of all these open spaces and special places that we hold true today. We'll be remiss if we didn't recognize Governor Hochul and the legislature for what has been another incredible budget this session. When we look at the environmental budget, parks, sustained historic funding at parks, DEC, and environmental agencies, historic and sustained EPF funding, dedicated funding to New York Swims, right, speaking to our mission of connecting communities and teaching youth lifelong skills of swimming. And also the Bond Act, $4.2 billion that's about to be realized to communities very shortly. So what's all that lead to? All that has led to record visitation. 84 million, more than 84 million visits in New York State parks alone last year. And that's leading to really a foundation for what we are about to build with the 250th commemoration. And I encourage you all, our commission members, we invite you to our sites this year and beyond to get familiar with the significant role that we played in shaping this nation. I also want to recognize our team, Daniel McKay, our Deputy Commissioner for Historic Preservation. A lot of fans in the house. Phil Giltner, our Special Projects Lead on the Rev 250. And we got a host of our team here from Historic Preservation and Parks in the house tonight. A credit to you all for what you do each and every day out there. So with that, we have more than 250 properties all across the state, 44 of which have a direct tie to Rev 250. And leading up to today, our team has focused on helping lay the foundation and setting us up for this commemoration period. Rev 250 will be the longest serving commemoration here in New York State. Complementary to the Park Centennial, the Erie Canal Bicentennial, and the end of enslavement in 2027. That's a round of applause, absolutely. And I want to emphasize, these are not commemorations that are in competition. They are commemorations that are complementary, because there's interconnections between all of them and the stories and the sites. And there's also interconnections with other commissions, such as the New York State African American History Commission established by the governor just last year. So today, I want to focus on a few of the initiatives we've undertaken and begun here at Parks and Historic Preservation. Capital investments, interpretive upgrades, land acquisition, master planning and design development, and of course, technology and innovation. But we can't begin to tell our story. We can't begin to start this commemoration without looking at our whole history. We need to engage into these initiatives from multiple lenses. Rev 250, we already know the common fabled tales that have been told for over 2 centuries. And we'll continue to tell those. But we also, our whole history, seeks to evolve that engagement and tell the diversity of our stories from diverse perspectives. Native American, the enslaved, women, and the pivotal role they had in shaping our nation. Tenant farmers, children, the LGBTQ plus communities. Tying the past to contemporary issues. Telling the rich history of heroism, sacrifice, and the daily lives of our diverse people. The priority of this commission will be to tell the stories maybe previously glossed over, if ever told at all. And there are many. Our goals to expose visitors to new information, to encourage them to reconsider their own knowledge and views, inspire conversations that foster empathy and curiosity about varied historical perspectives, and encourage visitors to connect the relevancy of our diverse history to their own lives. We're aiming to do that with a number of projects here at Parks. One of our personal showcases and a model and a template for what we will do forward at our historic sites, Phillips Manor Hall in Yonkers. Thank you, yes. A transformative restoration, interpretive redesign, and upgrades on the site. 2,800 square foot of new exhibit space exemplifying our whole history initiative. And the site has since been recognized by professionals and peers and a new draw for not only a public, but more importantly, school groups who we need to be reaching out vigorously to bring youth in now, telling them the story so that they can carry on that in the next generation. John J. Homestead, we're doing a house restoration and opening up new tour spaces, and in our capital plan at New Winter Cantonment, linkages between the Cantonment site and Purple Heart. We're addressing a number of capital investments, right, the core to our structures. Restorations and renovations all across our historic sites, from Old Fort Niagara to Senate House, Crown Point, Knox headquarters, Fort Montgomery, and Fort Ontario. Interpretive upgrades at Washington headquarters, Claremont, and Senate House. And it's critical to look at our sites through master planning and design development lenses. Because as we look at these sites, we need the full picture, not isolated projects within those sites with concentrated missions. The engagement of master planning and design development is critical. It's critical. We're recently completed master plans at Johnson Hall in Claremont and underway at Crown Point through the partnership with the DEC and the Adirondack Park Agency. Land acquisition is also on our radar, focusing on historic land acquisition efforts to protect key landscape and structural features. Multiple sites have already benefited, from Newtown to Fort Craylow and Sackett's Harbor. And we are fortunate to have the American Battlefield Protection Program, administered by the National Park Service, has prioritized land acquisition funding for New York State's Rev 250 sites, and we will take advantage of that. And in a modern world, you have to think innovation. You have to think access. It's necessary for both education and what we do today. Also in partnership with the American Battlefield Protection Program and the American Battlefield Trust, we're launching Liberty Trail. It's a smartphone, web-based application, uses animation and narrative to depict battle lines and military maneuvers at key sites such as Newtown, Bennington, and Oriskany. And especially excited, for the first time, our collections, not currently on display at any of our sites, will now be viewed online for research and readily available by a global audience through eMuseum. Never has been done before. And we're launching our kiosk program later this year, featuring 1,000 historical stories, artifacts, videos, and other content relating to New York's role in the American Revolution. The kiosk program features all sites under OPRHP, the National Park Service, Path Through History, and Rev 250 sites. The content will be searchable by the public chronologically, thematically, allowing the user to understand the relationships between one story and another, one site and another, so that the story for that user, for that visitor working through the experience, it doesn't stop there. It continues on because that story goes farther into New York, and eventually expands out across the country. 28 themes will be featured, such as the Iroquois invaded, the Haudenosaunee experience of the Clinton-Sullivan campaign, no home front, war refugees, where many don't realize half the nation's population was displaced during the Revolution. African Americans on both sides, monuments and memory. We have physical reminders around us each and every day of the American Revolution, and myth-busting the Revolution. There's numerous video segments that we have already begun to undertake. Parks has utilized professional actors, narrators, subject matter experts. I'm going to go back. And accurate costumes and scripts. I want to display one sample video we've been working on about stories of those Philip Schuyler enslaved who sought freedom behind British lines. Enjoy.
Is there anybody in there? Where'd he go?
So I'm going to pause that because this is a very powerful video. I'll see if we can get the... And what you'll see in this video is a focus on the Dunmore Proclamation. And for those that don't know, that was a promise of freedom to those enslaved if they escaped to join the British Army. And what we're aiming to do is tell the stories of those who actually made that commitment. In the story, Diana, Klaus, Adam Wade will reenact their stories. And while some found freedom, others didn't. I think you'll find the video powerful and heart-wrenching at the same time.
That's too good a world. Let's see. No, you're going backwards, not go forwards.
There he is.
All right, can we try it now?
Thank you.
Schuyler Mansion, located in Albany, was a prime stop for trading along the Hudson River in the 17th and 18th centuries. Philip and Catherine Schuyler resided in the mansion and hosted many famous visitors over the years. Attending to the Schuyler family guests were the many enslaved people who lived on the estate.
We know that there were about 60 people enslaved here over the 40 years the Schuylers lived here, and we know a lot more about the men than we do about the women, simply because Philip Schuyler's letters were saved where he described what they were doing when they were doing it, whereas with the women, Catherine may have been writing about them, but we don't have any of her letters. So we get just little details about them here and there, like through runaway ads or through receipts, what Philip Schuyler's buying for them, doctor's visits.
In 1775, the Dunmore Proclamation promised freedom to enslaved people who escaped and joined the British Army. During this time, many fled to British-held New York City.
My name is Diana. When I heard the British would free any slaves who joined them,
I knew I had to try. I spent weeks planning. When I finally made my escape, I felt the thrill of freedom. But it did not last. They found me somehow and locked me in a jail. And when General Schuyler came to reclaim me, I knew all was lost.
We don't know what happened to her after this. Research suggests that she may have been enslaved here again, but as of now, we don't know anything for certain.
My name is Klaus. I knew the Schuyler's would search for me. They would offer a reward. The British offered freedom, a better life, finally within reach. So I ran.
Klaus was one of the individuals enslaved by the Skylar's who sought his freedom during the Revolutionary War. As of right now, we don't know what happened to him after he escaped slavery here, but he's someone we're researching more about.
My name is Adam Wade. I was an old man when I escaped the British lines. I didn't want to die a slave. But it wasn't until we set sail for Canada that I finally knew that I'd spend my last days a free man.
Adam Way, as of now, is probably the oldest individual we know of who sought his freedom from slavery here. We know that he was ultimately successful and lived in Nova Scotia following the Revolutionary War. Historians here have been doing a lot of work in recent years to learn more about the people enslaved by the Schuyler's. We know more about them now than we did in the past, but there's still a lot more we want to know. Over the past 20 or so years, we've learned so much, and I know that over the next 20 more years, we're going to learn even more.
And I don't know about you, I don't ever remember learning about the stories of Diana, Klaus, or Adam Wade in the history lessons as I moved up through my fundamental school years. And that's our role. That's our responsibility. And I'm personally excited to tell these stories and our whole history. So today we focused on the 44 sites in our system that are tied to Rev 250. But it's important and a key priority of this commission to highlight all 250 years of actions that shaped our ideals and the nation's founding principles. Parks has a rich and impactful portfolio of properties that reflect those continuing goals, that progress us through these lasting accomplishments. Everything from Ganondigan State Historic Site in Victor, John Brown State Historic Site, Susan B. Anthony, Sojourner Truth, Shirley Chisholm, Marsha P. Johnson, Stonewall. So I commend the commission today for your intellect, your insight, and your integrity on commemorating the 250th. Because you cannot tell our nation's story without first telling the stories that took place here in New York State. And if the stories here in New York State never happened or aren't told, our nation's story looks a whole lot differently and cannot be fully told. So with that, a lot of work to do over the course of the 8 years. We're excited to get started. With your partnership, we are well underway. Thank you, and with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Rosa.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So we're going to do this together. I'm not Commissioner Rosa. But we're going to do this together, and mostly because I want to take this opportunity, and the commissioners has given me this opportunity to talk a little bit about what we've done at OCE in preparation for the 250th. OCE's Office of Cultural Ed, so it's Museum, Library, and Archives. Obviously joining with our partners at state parks, our partners with the National Park Service, I Love New York, other state agencies. We held a series of meetings in 2019. These were in-person meetings before the pandemic with the idea of bringing to the field. So these were invitation-only meetings to museums, cultural sites, historians, local historians, public historians, academic historians, but also community members in different communities around the state. We held 4 of these, as I said, one at Saratoga Battlefield, which Assemblymember Warner was in attendance, and I think maybe got the idea that we should have some legislation around the 250th. Also, we did one at the Thomas Paine Institute at Iona College, one at New York Historical Society, and one at Ganondigan State Historic Site, which was just mentioned and is our only indigenous historic site. And I just commend the work of state parks and the staff at Ganondigan. They are amazing, and they really are ahead of the game as far as interpretation and how indigenous culture can be thought about today as well as the past. Now, we had planned more of these. We were going to go to the North Country, we were going to go to Western New York, Long Island, Southern Tier, but then something happened in 2020. So we couldn't do that, but we kept convening meetings over Zoom. It was actually the first time I ever used Zoom was for 250. And so we were bringing together organizations, members of different groups to continue the conversation as we were going through the pandemic, knowing that, you know, hopefully someday the pandemic would be over and that we needed to hit the ground running with planning related to 250th. So the goals of those meetings, and this is kind of our mission statement that we came up with at the Office of Cultural Ed and the Office of State History, and it really defined these meetings and helped us to understand not only what the field kind of expected out of a state commission or a state initiative to commemorate the 250th, but also how the field was thinking about the American Revolution. And it became very clear to us very quickly that we were thinking about commemoration as opposed to celebration, and that we were talking about an expansive interpretation of the effects of the American Revolution, not only the direct effects and the battles, which are vitally important, and that's really where we enter the story in New York, and we have so many of those stories and those resources to tell. But then the unfinished, as we relate to them, the unfinished revolution, the whole history, as Commissioner Simons mentioned, to really think about the effects of the American Revolution at the time and shortly thereafter, but also the fact that other revolutions have had to take place and continue to have to take place for members of our population to meet the ideals set out by the American Revolution. So we know in New York State we're blessed with so many of those revolutions, including the suffrage movement, which seems to be the, you know, for many of us is the most obvious because of the Declaration of Sentiments was fashioned off the language of the Declaration of Independence, but so many others, the Underground Railroad, the abolitionist movement, and on and on. And you know, that became very clear in these meetings. We should be thinking about the 250th as an entry point to talk about the subsequent history.
So before you go on, okay. We're going to go, oh, actually, if we can get the other mic so we can, yeah. Is there another mic? Oh, perfect, thank you. So,
Does yours work?
well, I'll use this one in the meantime. So I think as we have obviously been talking about not only this sense of creating an awareness, but reaching back to the past, but also thinking about our current situations and how do we tell the stories so that the incomplete stories are completed, as you have just so amazingly demonstrated, so that you see the voices and you begin to really support our communities, our children, in understanding that there were many voices and that diversity and the idea that, we just heard somebody said, I don't want to, I want to, my last days, I want to be a free man. And so I think the stories that are behind, the stories that are known are really coming to light and bringing them, as we often say, into the spaces so that our children into the future understands that these incomplete stories need to really have these voices so that we can move forward with the idea of really truly being inclusive, completing the tapestry, and knowing that our state, and moving forward knowing that our state is really making an investment in telling the whole story.
Absolutely. And Commissioner Rosa just outlined essentially what was the guiding impetus behind the field guide, of which we have copies of for all the commissioners, but also for the public. So just a little bit of background about the field guide. This was a collaboration between the Office of State History here at the museum and the Association of Public Historians, who are as a membership organization that represents our local government historians. New York is somewhat unique. I think Connecticut has it as well. I just lost there we go. As being the only states that have local government historians on the books as far as legislation is concerned. So villages, towns, the 5 boroughs, the counties, all have historians. They don't all have them in position, but they all have the opportunity. But what it is a network of local historians at every level of government that spans the entirety of the state. And these are the people that in many cases, along with our museums and our historic sites and our educators, are going to be leading the charge when it comes to 250. And so we worked with their association to come up with a commemorative field guide that provides an outline and an overview and suggestions. It's not a mandate. It's not telling you this is how you should be looking at the 250th, but what it does is provide 6 expansive and inclusive themes related to New York's role in the revolution, and then in the struggle, the subsequent struggle since those times to reach those ideals outlined in the Declaration. So exactly what I just said before, the unfinished revolution concept. And there's 6 themes in here, and I won't go through the entire field guide, but I urge you all who haven't seen it already to take a look and give us comment and feedback. It also provides resources, a list of organizations that exist at the regional level, so regional 250th commissions, as well as other entities at the state level or federal government that are doing work on the 250th. This is a printed version, but this lives on the Office of State History website and is a living document. We're constantly updating it as new commissions come online, as new information comes online. So it's an opportunity for, again, local government historians, those who are working on planning at the local level, to think expansively about New York's history, New York's role in the revolution, and the subsequent years. I'll also just highlight, because these are listed in no particular order as far as the themes go, but the number 1 theme I think is worth mentioning, which is Indigenous history is New York's history. That's something that was foundational from the working group that put this together, and also the collaborators that we had reading it from outside. And it's a story that relates to every part of New York. I mean, there's no part of anywhere in this country that does not have indigenous country, let alone New York. So I just wanted to highlight that. I know we've talked about, and I'm hopeful that going forward, this commission can work with our indigenous nations, can have representation through perhaps the working group at SED or State Parks' working group, to make sure that we are collaborating with our indigenous communities. Another thing that we're have been working on and recently launched last week is the 250th Commission website, which is hosted as part of the State Museum's website. This will act as our Commission's official website. So this includes right now, and again, this is a living document as well. This is something that will be constantly updated. The Commission can direct in different ways what information it would like posted, but for now, we're thinking educator resources, obviously. We're collecting with our team here at the State Museum of Educators and our SED team, collecting material relevant to teachers, to how to teach not only the American Revolution and New York's role in it, but any of the themes that are outlined in the field guide and resources. And there is a wealth of resources at institutions, New York Historical Society. We mined quite a bit because there's so many great resources that exist, New York Public Library, around New York. And so we're not trying to reinvent the wheel necessarily and create new ones, although that's something that we can discuss as a commission, but we are linking to the information that's already out there. Same with revolutionary research. That is that is directed more towards historians and researchers, providing links to primary source material, state archive material, library material, but also from museums, historic sites, and libraries and archives around the state. Where can they go to find information? Where can historians go? Or just people who are interested in history, right? I mean, you don't have to be an official historian to have a love of history, as Congressman Crowley reminded us. You know, there's a lot of interest. So revolutionary research provides those links to information on the different themes and also on New York's role in the American Revolution. Also, grant opportunities as they become more apparent. There are some that exist now at the federal level. The National Endowment of Humanities has a program. The National Park Service we heard about, American Battlefield Trust programs. So there are some federal programs that are being developed or have been developed as when and if the state has resources for that. You know, information for grant opportunities as well. News articles, anything and everything related to the 250th, whether it's New York focused or not, we're going to try to get up on the website. Again, information exchange for the public, for the commission, for those interested in what's happening here, but what's happening in our neighbor states and other states. And then statewide events. This is something we're in the process of working closely with I Love New York, who has a much more robust website and probably a lot more traffic than we do right now, but with their Path Through History program, again, not trying to reinvent the wheel and understanding that our 250th website may be a slightly different audience than the I Love New York website, which is directed towards tourists, but how do we work together to get tourists where they want to go and then provide them the information that they may need historically. So working on that all now. The website is live. There's the link. It's a little bit of a long one, but if you Google, I'm told if you Google New York 250th, the website comes up. So, and I'll just quickly go through some of the 250th initiatives that we've been working on besides the field guide and the website. We mentioned earlier regional groups. So Phil and I. Others at the Office of State History, others at State Park, Daniel takes part in many of these, have been meeting continuously, really since 2019, with other states. Daniel mentioned an event of which I think we should get an invitation to all the commissioners happening June 4th at Saratoga Battlefield. That is called the Northern Department. That's just one of the initiatives that we're working with. It's run out of Fort Ticonderoga, but it includes New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Canada, really focusing on the events in what we would consider the North Country. Saratoga, I should say, is involved. You know, that's just one of the examples, but there's many of these meetings happening and taking part almost weekly, whether it's with other states individually or it's through America 250 convening meetings. The American Association of State and Local History convenes meetings. So. Speaking of AASLH, just want to note in a past initiative of ours in 2021, the great city of Buffalo hosted the AASLH convention conference, of which 800 or so people attend that. It's a major conference. It's a national conference that moves around the country. They hosted it, and we put together a panel of indigenous scholars and representatives to talk about ensuring the authentic indigenous perspective in 250 planning. As Commissioner Rosa noted earlier, a very important aspect of how we're considering planning for 250, how we were considered the field guide, and continuing those conversations beyond the conference. I mentioned the meetings, the Tourism Industry Association meetings, and our colleagues at I Love New York. Bob Provost is in the audience, the president of NISTIA. Very welcoming audience for conversations about 250. The tourism people get it. They know that this is going to attract people to our sites, our state historic sites, our museums, our libraries, our events. So it's been a great partnership, and hopefully will continue as we get closer. Couple things that are coming up beginning next month, and we've made this public for the last year or so, but we are hosting a kind of a reborn New York History Conference, which we plan on being an annual event. We are hosting it here at the Museum, Archives, and Library, June 20th and 21st, bringing together the entirety of the field, historians, teachers, museum professionals, librarians, archives, to talk about not only the great research that's happening, but also be thinking about these commemorations, the Erie Canal commemoration, the Parks 100th, the 250th, and on, and gradual emancipation, obviously, and coming up in 27. The podcast, of which my co-host, Lauren Roberts, is up here with me. We have a podcast. It's called A New York Minute in History. It's sponsored by the William G. Pomeroy Foundation and produced by WAMC. Here, our local NPR station. It's a production of those two entities plus the State Museum. And we have held episodes on 250th planning. We're planning on doing more. We've had Daniel McKay as a guest and others. And we're continuing those conversations and trying, again, to reach a wider audience. The podcast is downloaded by people all around the country, actually. It's not just, even though we're focused on New York, we have listenership beyond. And I should mention another couple partnerships that are coming. The State History here at the State Museum is partnering with the Hudson River Valley Institute at Marist College and Cornell University Press to produce a special issue of our journal, which we edit out of the Office of State History. It's published by Cornell. It's the New York History Journal, which has been around for over 100 years. We are doing a special issue in time for 2026 on New York's evolving role in the American Revolution. And this is a partnership that exists between Cornell and Marist and ourselves. It will be a hardbound copy with different articles from different prominent historians from around the nation. That it's focused on New York, but there's historians doing great work on state history all around the nation. So watch out for that. That will be the goal, is to have that in time for the 2026 New York History Conference, which will be hosted at Marist. So we're looking at the spring of 26 to have that rolled out in time for July 4th. I already mentioned the field guide, but our educators here at OCE are continuing to use the field guide to come up with more resources for students and educators based on the themes, specifically the unfinished revolution and how that can tie into so many things that are already in the curriculum that students in New York are learning. And there's just a ton of opportunities there. And we're very excited about that. These are potential projects. These are in the future, and they're things that are under conversation right now, but kind of in the planning phase, or at least fleshing it out. A potential exhibit featuring the remains of the Revolutionary era sloop that was discovered during the construction of the World Trade Center, which has actually come back to us. It has been restored. There's other opportunities for panel exhibits that can be downloaded by local, that we would do the work here out of the curatorial department, but that those panels could be downloaded by local historical societies or organizations anywhere in the state. We've done these types of partnerships with Humanities New York in the past. That's just one example, women's suffrage and World War I. There's perhaps doing exhibits at the State Fair is another potential opportunity, something that the State Archives already does. They have a presence at the State Fair. We'd like to partner possibly with them or do our own. And then, I'll let the commissioner weigh in on this. This is near and dear to our agency's heart because our Chancellor Young, is a member of the African American History Commission. And so thinking about how do we partner with that commission to collaborate with this commission on commemorating gradual emancipation in 27. And we've already talked a little bit about that, but I just think it's a wonderful opportunity to perhaps do exhibits here, to do exhibits across the state historic site system, partnering with other organizations and historic sites on really making that a central focus of what I call the commemorative era, which is now until 2033. So
Thank you. So I just want to start by saying that we were asked by the governor when the 400-year commission was set up, and the chancellor at that time, I was asked to be on the commission, and knowing that we were going through that commission and this commission, it just felt right that our chancellor should be the person on that commission. And so he absolutely took, as I always call, took his place at the table to really advance on not only some of the key issues that we clearly are very much a part of, but I think the other part of it is that he is the first African American chancellor in this state, and absolutely, both of us have one of those first. I'm the first woman of color, Latina, as a chancellor, and then becoming the commissioner, and he is the first African American chancellor. So we both have kind of shared in this idea that the unfinished revolution for us has an incredible significance in trying to bring these voices and the kind of information that we clearly want, particularly many of our children of color, to really, truly have an opportunity to see their faces, their voices, and obviously connect with a history that is unfinished. And we truly want to see and seize the moment in terms of the ideals and the what we call the principles that were advanced in a way that allows us all to feel connected and see our signatures as part of this work. So it's very personal, and it's very much a part of our need to advance the history as not the single story, but the complete story. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's, I'll just weigh in one last thing before we move on. I just want to note that the materials you see in front of us are at the State Archives and State Library in this building. So we are blessed as an institution, as an organization, and as an agency, along with our colleagues at State Parks, to really have the stuff. We have the stuff. So I would just urge us to consider how important that is as we continue to move forward and tell the story. Thank you.
Just to say, the slide deck will be made available. We will make sure that every member receives the slide deck, so this way you didn't have to take notes. Thank you.
Absolutely. We can post it on the website as well.
Okay, with that, we are going to move on to promoting heritage tourism at I Love New York with a good friend of ours, Ross Levi.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thrilled to be here today to talk to the commission about the work that we do at I Love New York. My goal today is to give you a sense of what we do at the Division of Tourism in terms of promoting tourism and how we might be of use to the commission going forward. I'll be talking a little bit about what we've done specifically for the America 250, but more generally about what we do in promoting tourism, so you could think about that and how that fits in. In terms of who we are the official destination marketing organization of New York State. So as the title implies, our job is to promote. If State Parks is preserving and DEC is educating, we're promoting. And we're promoting for a very specific purpose. There's a reason we are located at the Economic Development Agency of New York State. That's because we promote tourism. We spend taxpayer dollars to get people to visit New York State because it helps the economic vitality of our state. Tourism is the third largest industry in New York State. It's responsible for $128 billion of economic impact. It's responsible for 1 in 10 jobs. We save every household, not we, our agency, but we, tourism, save every household in New York State over $1,300 in taxes they would otherwise pay. So when we are involved in this work, we're the crass folks. We're the money folks. We're doing it to help keep our economy strong. We do it through the support of Governor Hochul and the legislature, all of whom are really great champions of tourism and keep us well-resourced. Could always do more, but very well-resourced in our work. We do that, of course, under the iconic I Love New York logo. It's important to note that we don't do this alone, however, that we are part of a vibrant tourism ecosystem across New York State. That includes so many of the state agencies you've heard from here today, but also we work with other government agencies who aren't here. We work with Agriculture and Markets for agri and culinary tourism. We work with the Olympic Regional Development Authority for outdoor recreation. We work with the attractions themselves. That can include museums, that can include restaurants, hotels, lodging, et cetera. We work with transportation partners. We work with those statewide trade organizations and tourism organizations, including the New York State Tourism Industry Association, including the Museum Association of New York. And then first and foremost, probably our closest partners are the local tourism promotion agents or agencies. Sometimes it's you refer to the organization, sometimes to the person. But every county in New York State has a designated TPA, a tourism promotion agency. Those are the frontline folks who are working county to county and regionally to make sure that tourism is vibrant where they are. And they're probably our most important partners in the work we do. What we're doing on the state level is using our various marketing platforms to get the message out about New York State as an amazing destination for a vacation, working with the tourism industry itself, both in terms of tour operators, travel agents, and the others who are selling New York State, and with our tourism industry across the state to help that industry be as strong as it could be and strong partners in our work. We also do program and policy development, in terms of making New York State a better vacation destination and more hospitable to tourism overall. When we talk about tourism in New York State, we're talking about 11 different diverse vacation regions all across the state. Some of them are basically brand names you've heard of, like the Adirondacks and the Thousand Islands and the Finger Lakes. Some of them may be less known by name, but are known for their great attractions. So when we do our marketing, we do our in terms of this. I'll dive into some of these a little more, but just as an overall tool of what are those marketing tools we use to talk to potential travelers about visiting New York State. Certainly paid advertising. Hopefully you've seen our TV ads, our print, our digital, out-of-home advertising. We have our own media platforms we use. That includes our website, our mobile app, our printed collateral, and our social media channels. We do experiential marketing, where we are out in the world at special events, talking about travel to people who might not expect it when they're at a food festival or something like that. We do a lot of earned media, working with travel journalists and influencers and others, so that they can be telling the story of New York State to their followers and readers and viewers. As I mentioned, we work with the travel trade itself, travel agents, tour operators, et cetera. And then we have specific segment tourism programs, which are making individual invitations to particular demographic groups, and I'll be digging into that a little more. Our website is probably our primary owned media asset, ilovenewyork.com, where we have all kinds of specialty landing pages that appeal to people based on their interests, based on what part of the state they want to visit. We keep a very active calendar of events. We are always creating content, including themed blogs. We have special seasonal activities we do, our fall foliage campaign, a ski map, et cetera. We have an I Love New York email newsletter, which amplifies that website content that we are able to deliver to people directly in their email inboxes. And then social media, obviously, incredibly important. We're thrilled that we have a combined social media presence of over 2.2 million followers across all of our social channels. You can see them listed here. We're active on a lot of them. The ones you'd expect, Twitter/X, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, et cetera. Content is king. We're always working to create content and engage folks so that they are aware of what awaits them in New York State. This gives you a little look of that experiential marketing I talked to you about, that we have an I Love New York mobile tour, which goes across New York State, including to historical attractions. Always talking to people with a very engaging setup you could see here, where people could spend some time with us in a fun, interactive way, learning about New York State and great places to visit. We've done that at the New York State Fair, and as well as 30 other summer tour stops. Hopefully you've seen the New York State Welcome Centers as you've driven on the roadways of New York State. I Love New York doesn't run the whole Welcome Center, but we are responsible for the tourism content at those Welcome Centers. And through those kiosks that we have at those, we are able to get email and lead collection and send out, for example, those newsletters that I was talking to you about. More and more people are savvy consumers. They know when they're being sold to. So in addition to our platforms and our advertising, it's increasingly important to have people that they believe in talking to them about New York State. So we're reaching out to travel journalists, influencers, bloggers, et cetera. We do that in a number of different ways. We're always pitching with press releases and media relations, pitching stories. There's no substitute for bringing people to New York State, so we are constantly leading individual and group familiarization tours, bringing travel journalists across New York State so that they could see the state for themselves and report on it. And when they won't come to us, we'll go to them. We hold seasonal media events, particularly in New York City, because so many international and national travel journalists are based there, to have media events where we talk to them about what's new and happening in New York State. The less known side of things, but very important, is working with the travel trade itself, working with tour operators, working with travel agents. We do that domestically, and we do that internationally. We have I Love New York offices in the UK, Germany, Australia, and Canada. Those are our key strategic markets. And again, we are bringing those travel agents and tour operators to New York State. We are going to them through roadshows and sales missions. We also have a very robust paid partnership with Brand USA, which is the I Love New York for the United States. They're the official destination marketing organization for the United States as a whole, so that when they are out there around the world saying, come visit the US, we make sure they're plugging New York pretty hard as part of that as well. I alluded to that in addition to this general marketing work we do, we have some specific segment tourism programs we do. And I want to highlight a couple of those here today that might be particularly important for the work for the 250th commemoration. Probably the most important, which Devin alluded to, is Path Through History. This is our heritage tourism program, which helps highlight historically and culturally significant sites across New York State. The program is coordinated by my colleague Jessica Pulver, who is here with us in the audience today. Right now we have over 700 attractions that have applied to be Path Through History attractions and been so designated. They are then divided up into the themes you see here, 13 different themes, one particularly on the Revolutionary War, but you'll see a lot of these will have importance for the activities around the 250th commemoration. So we highlight these on Path Through History theme pages. They're designated with a badge on their listing on the I Love New York website. We make sure to include them in our blogs. We have a dedicated landing page that allows people to search by theme or attraction type or special event. We keep a events calendar, which year-round is telling travelers where are events that might be of interest to people who want to experience historical travel as part of their trip. And then we have a particular program that is a part of that, which is our Path Through History Weekend. Well, this actually is some other ways that we promote the Path Through History program. We have printed literature. All the commission members, you have that on the desk in front of you. We promote these, like we said, through the Welcome Center, a number of different ways. But for events, we have 2 events a year, a Path Through History Weekend. One in the spring, which is traditionally over Father's Day weekend. One in the fall, traditionally over Columbus Day weekend. Where we invite attractions to say, yes, I want to do an attraction during that weekend, and thus we can bring attention to the hundreds and hundreds of events that are happening across the state during that time in kind of a special way that gets people aware of what's happening within their community, but more importantly, elsewhere in the state to get people to travel to them. We have a couple of other segment tourism programs. Probably after Path Through History, our oldest one is I Love New York LGBTQ, which, as the name implies, is making an invitation to LGBTQ travelers to experience New York State. And for example, for the next month, and actually it starts this Friday with Pride in the Sky at the walkway over the Hudson State Park. We will be at Pride events all across New York State, again, engaging people in the LGBTQ community and their allies to recognize what a great place New York State is to visit. And then just last year, Governor Hochul launched I Love New York's Black Tourism Initiative, in which similarly we are making an invitation to Black travelers and people who care about the Black experience in America to experience all there is to see and do across New York State. I didn't mention accessible travel here. That's our other segment tourism program, which talks to people with accessibility needs, but I can elaborate on that another time. In the interest of time, I'll move along. Everything I've talked to up to this point has been an example of what we are doing to get more travelers to come to New York State. Another important piece of work that we do, though, as I alluded to at the beginning, was making sure that our partners across the state, those other players in the tourism world, can do their work well. So, for example, we are constantly talking to those tourism promotion agencies and our state trade groups and attractions. We do that. We also work very closely with Christine Nicholas and the New York State Tourism Advisory Council. So we could hopefully serve a role in helping the commission interact with the tourism community, because that's something we do on an ongoing basis. We provide tourism data to our industry, very important, so that can help them make their decisions in terms of marketing. And then funding. Everyone cares about funding. We do have a specific program called Market New York, which is a $15 million grant program for tourism projects that are going to increase visitation in a region. Those are not limited to heritage tourism attractions, but they certainly include heritage tourism attractions. And we've given a lot of funding through that. The most recent round actually just launched earlier this week, so that's exciting. So I'll close by just highlighting that I Love New York has participated in these kinds of commemorations and these kinds of commissions in the past. We've done some of the work already to get started for the 250. For example, as we have been going to those trade shows I've talked to you about and going on those sales missions, I've talked to tour operators to tell them America 250 is coming and that you need to come to New York as part of that. We have, in the Market New York grant funds that were just announced this week, America 250 is called out as a sort of priority initiative, so that if somebody is doing a project connected with the 250th, they're encouraged to apply. Like I said, they're even called out in the guidelines yesterday. And we've been a part of a lot of those collaborations that Devin was talking about that have been going on up to now. But we've been involved, for example, the solar eclipse, which hopefully you saw only with those safe glasses, just a month ago, the Women's Suffrage Commission, Stonewall 50 and World Pride. I Love New York is eager to help. This can very much be a win-win in terms of this is a great opportunity to tell the latest reason to tell travelers to come and experience New York State. So we look forward to working with you and finding ways that we can collaborate to get the message out there of why New York State is the place that people need to be if they want to be a part of this important commemoration. So thank you.
Okay, that's Ross Levi. Ross, thank you very much. Now, our plan was to continue into the special presentations if there's a strong desire by the commission to take a 5 or 10 minute break, or we can continue on. Looks like we continue on. All right. All right, with that, we're going to introduce Leslie Morlock from the Saratoga National Historical Park.
Let me do a quick introduction for Leslie. I'm Superintendent of Saratoga National Park in February 2021. Came to Saratoga after serving 8 years at the Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area as Chief of Strategic Planning and Project Management. Prior to joining the National Park Service, Leslie worked for county government sectors in Colorado, Pennsylvania, and New York, as well as an archaeologist. Originally from Minnesota, she's a graduate of Grinnell College, one of the great liberal arts colleges of the Midwest, and oft overlooked here on the East Coast in East Coast College searches, and has a professional graduate certificate in leadership for public lands and cultural heritage. This is a special presentation format that we would hopefully consider in future meetings. We're very happy to have some outside speakers on today's docket. So Leslie, please, welcome.
Thank you. Let me see if I... Should be called Sarah presentation.
He's got it.
You got control.
He's up there. Sarah.
Sarah. Thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here today and presenting to you. I really appreciate the invitation and the chance to talk about National Park Service and Saratoga National Historical Park. The National Park Service 250th anniversary, we're really inspiring to have a more perfect union. And part of what the Park Service is looking to do is by providing this as an opportunity to celebrate, commemorate, and contemplate the words of the Declaration of Independence and the meanings and the relevance in our lives today and in the future. The NPS cares for many sites that both illustrate the nation's highest ideals and remind us of the nation's complex and often complicated history, as many of you have mentioned today. These sites include some of the most beautiful and inspirational natural and cultural resources in the world, and the places that instill pride in our citizenry and honor an indigenous people who cared for the land long before the Declaration of Independence was written. NPS sites tell accurate, honest, and transparent, inclusive history, or we at least strive and thrive to do that. We provide opportunities of learning from discussing our shared history and complex legacies and develop a shared understanding of the struggles and triumphs in America. New York State has amazing National Park Service and state sites, and these highlight the best chance to highlight some of these ongoing revolution stories, starting with the battlefields like Saratoga National Historical Park, onto those more modern narratives like equality, such as Stonewall and women's rights. Some of the NPS goals that we're looking at and themes for the 250th is unlocking this power of place, advancing equity and justice for all, and advanced educational experiences, and sparking lasting connections with the youth. It sounds really, really familiar with what you're all talking about today. Hopefully I'll do this right now. Saratoga National Historical Park preserves, protects the sites associated with the battle, siege, and surrender of the British forces at Saratoga. For those of you who may not be familiar, we protect 5 locations: the Saratoga Battlefield, the Saratoga Monument, Surrender Site, Victory Woods, and General Philip Schuyler's house, his country estate. We protect approximately 3,500 acres, and it is at this location where 2 battles in September and October, 3 battles, I should say, where the Americans fought the British and ultimately won, and the British surrendered, it leading this to helping bring on the rest of the world and the nation, particularly starting with France. And it really was a turning point in the country and the Revolutionary War, of kind of taking the Revolutionary War towards the side of the Americans. Saratoga National Historical Park is looking to use this momentum and the upcoming 250th commemorations to build lasting efforts that will stretch beyond 2026 and 2027 to elevate our visibility as an important stop in understanding the early American and how it resonates into our modern interests. Some of the ways we're looking to do this is by building lasting relationships and coordinating with many of the partners, many of who are here today, building off of our existing themes and incorporating a broader story of underrepresented communities and diverse viewpoints in all aspects of programming and exhibits. Highlighting our content and programming to build a more complete story of the American Revolution that really resonates to the modern interests, and establishing deeper ties with the Native American nations that were on the lands before us and provide a platform for them to tell their stories at Saratoga. The National Park Service has several initiatives that they're working on, and I wanted to highlight a few of them that really have, that we also are focusing on here at Saratoga. One of them is holding citizenship ceremonies. The National Park Service wants to hold at least 250 citizenship ceremonies at national park sites in 2026. Saratoga, like many other parks here in New York State and across the nation, hold these, the Women's Rights, Fire Island, the home of Franklin Roosevelt, Ellis Island, Saratoga, and many more hold sites like these. We hold 2 every year. Our biggest one is July 4th, which is really an amazing way to celebrate July 4th and the American independence. And it's probably one of the most powerful things that we do every year. Another one initiative that the Park Service is working in cooperation with the National Park Foundation, the Mellon Foundation, and the American Conservation Experience. And this is a series of Mellon Fellows. So the Mellon Fellows are recent PhDs that are placed at MPS sites and programs across the agency, and the aim is to advance NPS education mission with new scholarship in the humanities. Fellows work with NPS mentors, scholars, and community partners to conduct original research and develop new and interpretive and educational products and programming. We were selected as one of the sites to have a Mellon Fellow, and so we have a fellow that's coming in to work with us on the Schuyler Estate, looking to conduct additional research on the northern plantation and the country homes around the Saratoga patent and the outbuildings. And at present, you know, the house that we protect, the Schuyler Estate, will be its coming up on its 250th anniversary. The original house was burned down as the British retreated. And so this is the house that General Schuyler built following that. The enslaved laborers are really part of the workforce and the farming and milling operations. They were extensive in the States through the early 1800s. As a historic house and landscape, the state has deep intersectional past and connectivity to ethnicity, race, class, gender, and really labor force throughout the years. And so we're very excited. We have Dr. Shanley Corello, who was coming to us, joining us in August for 2 years through this grant-funded fellowship. She has a PhD from the University of Buffalo, and her thesis, Rust Belt Radicals, Black Power in Buffalo and Rochester, New York in the 1960s to the 80s. And she recently has been working for the New York State Division of Criminal Justice. And we think this is a really great opportunity to tie a lot of the ongoing struggles and with the history and of slavery and enslaved labor in New York. I wanted to highlight one other New York State Mellon Fellow that's working right now at the home of Franklin Delano Roosevelt in Hyde Park. This Mellon Fellow, Dr. Shelley Landmark, joined the FDR team to explore disability representation at historic sites. She's been researching the history and representation of disability at the site in order to revise and refresh interpretation exhibits and programming to best elevate and emphasize the importance of history and disability in the United States and sharing the disability of material culture with the public. She's also doing in-depth research on the myth and the misconceptions of disability representation in FDR's life and the interpretation since his death. So those are the two that I know that are happening in New York State. I think they're both really exciting projects. One of the things that we've really been working on heavily in leading up towards the 250th, and others have mentioned this too, is really this investment in our historic resources. So this is kind of pretty much hot off the presses. We have recently completed a $6 million restoration project at Saratoga Battlefield, focusing on all of the tour stops along the Battlefield Tour Road, which was built in the 1960s as part of the Mission 66 era promotions in the National Park Service. As a part of this, we have updated all of the pathways, so all of our pathways at each of the 10 tour stops and the parking areas now meet ABAS accessibility standards. And then we've installed brand new exhibits just recently, and you're all invited to come join me on May 29th if you'd like to celebrate our great unveiling, but I'm showing you here first. So these are some before and after pictures. This is the Nielsen farm. The Nielsen house is the only remaining witness structure that we have that was here at the battles at Saratoga. We have an updated exhibit inside the house that represents this was the quarters for Generals Enoch Poor and Benedict Arnold. So we received some great grant donations to create a bed, a replica bed that is a folding camp bed. And so now there's new exhibits in the Nielsen house that show those updated exhibits. And then some of the features you can see here, a lot of the waysides include 3D modeling and bronze tactile features. So there's now a 3D bronze model of the Nielsen House and the Boot Monument. So if you want to get your full Benedict Arnold experience when he was still a hero, you'll have to go to other areas to learn a little bit more about his other sides. No, we talk about that a little bit more too. This is our stop 5, or where it was formerly termed the Barber Wheat Fields, but this is where the tide turned. So this is where the Second Battle of Saratoga began. So you see on the bottom, this is what the exhibits looked like before as you're looking out at the wheat field. And then some of the highlighted features. In the middle, each tour stop has a bronze tactile map of the whole tour road, and then that tour stop itself. And then some of the panels have built-in features that include bronze tactile features like the case shot, and then these are 3D models of the dolphin cannon handles, and you can see those originals in our visitor center on the 12-pound cannons that are part of the surrender cannons there. And the other thing is really telling one of the things we wanted to do, and people were getting confused about which battle you're talking about. So all of our waysides now, when they're specifically talking about a battle, include a battle timeline on the bottom. So red for when you're talking about the first battle, which the British technically won, and then blue when you're talking about the second battle before the retreat that the Americans won. And I just threw a picture of Eric Schnitzer up there because this has really been his project and baby for more than 12 years. And so it's really exciting. You can see how happy he is, as we were out there as these were being installed just the other day. We're also working very hard, like New York State, to update our digital content. So including story maps that take you through the Northern Campaign starting in Great Britain. We have now a new story map we just launched for the Battlefield Tour Road. We also have, working with the Erie Canalway National Heritage Area, we do have 3D tours or virtual tours that you can take of the Schuyler House and the Nielsen House. And that was a great collaborative support that the Erie Canal did with ourselves, Women's Rights, Fort Stanwix, and then some of the features along the Erie Canal. And you can get these virtual tours on all of our websites. So I'd highly suggest checking that out. I also want to give a shout out to Lauren Roberts and the Saratoga County 250th group. They are working on some augmented reality things, and if you go to the Visitor Center in Saratoga Springs, you can see some of their augmented reality characters, features, that talk about a lot, that is telling personal stories and some of the other stories that are not. Working with our partners is really important, and restoring and preserving the landscape. We maintain the battlefield in the field and forest configuration from 1777 to the best of our ability. It is also a very commemorative and memorialized thing, so especially it started between the late 1800s into the early 1930s. A lot of the monuments and memorials were built. The New York State DAR is their signature fundraising campaign is to raise money this year for over the next several years to help restore the Memorial Grove, which was part of the monument of the American Unknown Dead, which is at our stop too. That's part of like restoring that commemorative landscape and a really important project for us. Another great partnership, again, shout out to Saratoga County and the Lauren and the County Commission. So we hold annually two reenactment events and encampments in the park, and our biggest one is our Path Through History weekend. I feel like I'm tying everything else here together. And that one includes living history demonstrations at multiple locations, which is both on Park Service lands and on other locations, including in the town of Stillwater and the village of Schuylerville, village promotions, guided hikes, demonstrations, games, and so much more. One of the things that we're really trying to focus on as we do this is obviously the battle history is very important, but really who are all the other people that were there and the lifeways. And this has been a great collaboration. So these are pictures from the Schuyler Estate. So, we have military reenactors at the battlefield and non-military demonstrations and reenactors at the Schuyler Estate that talk a lot more about the lifeways. And then also you can learn a lot about the promotions for the upcoming 250th, play games, and meet a lot of the great volunteers that work with the commission. Some of the other programming that we're focusing on towards the future that we, in trying to tell some of these unknown stories, is we're working with the Rhode Island Regiment and hoping to bring them back to Saratoga. I'm not sure if they've been back to Saratoga since 1783, but the Rhode Island, or the Black Regiment, was an integrated regiment that was stationed and decommissioned at Saratoga by George Washington in 1783. And so this is one of the kind of future things that we're really hoping to bring this really unknown story back here. This summer you can come on July 27th, and Frederick Douglass is going to return to Schuylerville. And he will be at the Schuyler House during the day and talking about equal rights and those works. He was in Schuylerville on June 8th, 1849, and he'll also be in collaboration with the town of Saratoga and the 250th Commission. He'll be giving a presentation speaking on democracy and the ideals of the American Revolution and the sacrifices of his forefathers, the black men of the Continental Army and militias that served throughout the war here at Saratoga. Frederick Douglass argued that the creation of the United States Colored Troop during the Civil War, after the war, and he continued advocating for expanded idea of democracy, including doing so in Schuylerville. again, part telling, I just can't help but showing all of these our new beautiful waysides that the birds are also enjoying, as you can see from this picture. But really highlighting some of our first allies and a lot of the other lesser known stories and how these all connect together. The Native Americans fought on both sides of the Revolution. And then also the highlighting, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but the background photo is a Turnbull painting from the Battle of Montgomery that includes Lewis Cook, who is probably, I would say, Schuylerville's second most famous resident. We can say that, right? So Lewis Cook was captured during the French and Indian War at the Schuyler House. He was the son of an enslaved black man and a Abenaki woman. He was captured and was going to be taken back to Canada. His mother saved him, saying, "He's my son, he's my son." He was adopted into the Mohawk tribe, and then later came back and fought at the battles of Saratoga. He was a close friend of George Washington, and General Schuyler is mentioned often in their letters. And he worked hard to advocate with other Native American tribes and bring them to the side of the Americans. He died fighting for the Americans in the War of 1812. So it's kind of one of these really amazing stories. He also was one of the first commissioned Native American officers in the U.S. Army and the first officer of African American descent, but I think at that time they saw him more as a Native American. That's Lewis Cook. We're working also with the commission to again, tell some of these other side of the stories. So the refugee stories and the loyal. One of our programs that we're hoping to do as we move forward into the commission is a loyal to whom facilitated dialogue. So really talking about Saratoga had families that supported all different sides. And so talking about those struggles and what it was like for the refugees, and for the others. And as we move into our anniversary year of 2027, we're working with the Saratoga County 250th Commission on what that event may look like. They're looking to host a battle reenactment, which will not take place on Park Service land, but on that Path Through History weekend. And then at the park to provide opportunities to reflect, commemorate, and educate to complement that reenactment. Those are all many planning things go in the works, and so I don't know exactly what that's going to look like.
What are those guys in red? They look fabulous.
That is the Noble 24th.
They make good targets.
So commemorations obviously are a big part of what's coming. Looking back at how we commemorate through history, I think is very interesting, both like previously and then into now and how this will change. And I was going to talk a lot about hosting the regional collaborative group here, but I think it's been mentioned 5 times now, so but we're very honored to host that regional state group coming on June 4th. And then I wanted to highlight this program. This is one of, I think, a really neat and interesting program that we're doing. This is ongoing research and documentation of the soldiers who fought and died. On the American side in particular, the In Memorial series is really a project of our park ranger and military historian Eric Schnitzer. And he continues to work on a comprehensive casualty database for the soldiers of the United States and the Continental Army and the militias who were killed, wounded, and captured and died at the time and place around the battles of Saratoga. At this point, he's compiled information on over 560 men. The information allows the park to honor the common, everyday people who sacrificed here and help create the nation. We've been presenting snapshots of this work through social media, formal presentations, and some temporary exhibits. And then this is really going to continue on more. The Aaron Strong poster that you see here died during the siege of Saratoga, which is after the British retreated and into the area that is now Schuylerville. And it is considered the officially third battle of Saratoga. though not on Park Service property. And the park is planning to continue this work in 2027 to do a luminaria event to honor those that died and that are buried there in the hallowed grounds, even though we are not officially a cemetery. And then I send a note out to some of my compatriots across New York State to see what they were doing, and I wanted to highlight a few other things that are going on in New York State on National Park Service sites. One of the things that I think is most exciting and interesting is Fort Stanwix has entered into a co-stewardship agreement with the Oneida Nation of New York. And now if you go to visit the fort in Rome, New York, the entrance signs include both the arrowhead and the emblem of the United Nation, and they're also in bilingual signs. At the home of FDR, they are really looking to link the American 250th with the four freedoms and reflecting on evolution journey and continuing works that it takes to make a better country. They're a really great place, I think, to talk about those stories. And at Fire Island National Seashore, they're working on the William Floyd estate. The Floyd family name is synonymous with the American war effort and an active supporter of the revolution. William Floyd was one of the 4 New Yorkers to sign the Declaration of Independence. And currently, the Floyd House is closed for renovations, and they're working to restore the house and interpret some of the core interior rooms for the period of 1789 to 1803. They're doing a lot of other great work there at Fire Island as well. But I just wanted to again, thank you all for letting me join you and give a small presentation today.
Thank you, Leslie.
This nice commission because I have 100 students waiting for me in Fishkill. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your service. I know what you're going through. I served on the 250th anniversary of the French Indian War Commission. So I know what you're feeling like right now, all right? I'm Joe Ryan. I'm the president of the Living History Education Foundation. I feel your pain. You're on the side of the angels. I've worked with a number of you and still continue to, but you are really doing good work, and it's worth it, okay? This country needs this celebration. And I wish I could stay, but I got 100 kids at Fishkill at Sharp Outdoor Education Center who want the Revolutionary War soldier by 7:30 tonight. And unless somebody wants to get me a trooper escort, I don't think I can have anything moving, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
3 huzzahs! Hip, hip, huzzah! Hip, come on! Huzzah. Hip, hip,
Huzzah!
Not hooray. Wait, hold on. The Continental Army cheered huzzah. Can you say huzzah? Huzzah. Huzzah. All right, for our commission and for the great state of New York. And you guys can say it too. Huzzah. 3 cheers. Hip, hip.
Huzzah.
I can't hear you. Hip, hip.
Huzzah.
I still can't hear you. Hip, hip.
Huzzah.
Carry on, don't get carried away.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Sergeant, General, you be good.
Yeah,
you might
And thank you, Leslie. And Leslie, if I may, if you could share the locations and the times, if we have them, on the citizenship ceremonies on July 4th, I'd be most curious to share that with the commission or point us.
We hold them, across the state?
Across the state, yes.
I'll get that information.
Okay, thank you so much. We can share that with the commission. Okay, with that, we move on to our next presentation. Daniel McKay will introduce our cone.
Yes, thank you, Randy. I actually would like to ask Helen Nurska, and who's board executive director of the Clinton County Historical Association, and Jerry Favreau, board president, to come up to introduce Art. So welcome, Clinton County. Art, why don't you make your way up?
You know, my talk is going to be very visual. I would invite you to stand up, move around a little bit, maybe sit over here and look back, because I think it'll be more.
See you here.
Sorry. You outmaneuvered me.
I was going to say, I'm going to check it on the screen.
Okay, I'm Jerry Favreau, and I am president of the Clinton County Historical Association,
and Museum, and we have been in business for 75 years, preserving and promoting the rich history of our county, and which includes the American Revolution. I also proudly serve as the chairman of our county's America 250 Committee, and we have been working on our project now for, well, it was 8 years when we first started, and we're still ramping up for the next couple of years. Thank you for the opportunity to share our proposed project to commemorate the 250th by preserving the gunboat Spitfire, an intact warship that fought the British at the Battle of Valcour Island in 1776, and which provides a tangible and powerful connection to the origins of our nation. Art Cohn, the expert, a nautical archaeologist, and a project director of the team that discovered the Spitfire, will provide a short briefing of how preserving the Spitfire can become a 250th legacy project and New York State's gift to the nation. Before I turn this over to Art, I wish to invite all of you to come to Clinton County and visit our 18 museums and cultural centers and experience our history in our backyard. So also, this year is the 150th anniversary of our Bluff Point Lighthouse, which sits on Valcour Island, overlooking the site of the Battle of Valcour on October 11th, 1776, and when we had Benedict Arnold up and fighting for our cause in our region. So thank you, and here's Art. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. I didn't realize you were able to see it. I may not be able to make this go exactly as I want. Oh, I got it now. The focus of my talk is going to be about the Battle of Valcour Island, which took place in 1776, and left us a legacy, not just of history, but of archaeological remains. And I apologize in advance that I'm going to have to consolidate a lot of the history to get to the archaeology. Be happy to do a longer talk at some other occasion. I would also like to point out that we have not yet, although we've tried, to invent time machines. We have not been successful. My experience in the last 40 years of working underwater as an archaeologist and in the archives and libraries dealing with primary sources is those two lenses, the archaeology lens and the history lens, are the best time machine we have. And we use them as well as we can and have really been able, through the discovery of shipwrecks, to add a dimension to what actually happened in those days gone by. The fighting started on April 19th, 1775. The first shots fired at Lexington and Concord. This is the oldest known illustration of the battle at Lexington. And 21 days later, Ethan Allen and the Green Mountain Boys seized Fort Ticonderoga in New York from the British in the first offensive action against the British in the war. With Ethan Allen, not widely promoted, was an officer from Connecticut with a Massachusetts commission by the name of Benedict Arnold. And Benedict Arnold is the centerpiece of these 3 years of the story around which I'm going to try to orient you and which the Spitfire connects us to. Benedict Arnold had a group of men that he'd commissioned that were following him up, that were not there when the fort was taken. But he had ordered them to stop at Skenesboro, today's Whitehall, and capture the only one of 2 large boats on Lake Champlain. And they captured it, and then Eleazar Oswald, his lieutenant, wrote as they moved from Whitehall, Skenesboro, to Ticonderoga. We set sail from Skenesboro in a schooner belonging to Major Skene. which we christened Liberty. I would point out that that's a profound observation to discuss with kids and others. And it's also, I would say, New York, possibly, in fact, the very first warship in the American Navy. There's others that claim the honor. I would put this one up and be able to write, I think, a pretty good defense of that. So the waterways, of course, were key. That's why all this history happened along these waterways. They seized Lake Champlain, and Benedict Arnold lobbied the Congress. Hey, we've got the lake, let's use it to invade Canada, the last British stronghold that's on the continent. And so they did. Benedict Arnold led a group through the Maine and Canadian wilderness, the famous March to Quebec, and General Richard Montgomery, a New York general from the Hudson Valley, led a force through Lake Champlain that captured Chambly, Saint Jean, and then Montreal. They rendezvoused at Quebec City. They attacked the city in a blinding snowstorm on New Year's Eve because the enlistments of their men ran out on New Year's Day, and it was an absolute disaster. And so the rest of the winter, they stayed there starving, got sick with smallpox, and then the British came in with a relief column in May 1776 that chased them all the way back into Lake Champlain. Lake Champlain became the defensive line to keep the British from ending the revolution right there. And so the campaign of 1776 becomes a naval race. Who's going to have the most ships on the day that the rebels and the British, the finest navy in the world, meet for battle? And the Americans chose Skenesborough to build their fleet, rogue galleys and gunboats, 8 gunboats of a similar class. And the British worked at St. John at the northern end of navigation on Lake Champlain and did an ingenious way of bringing back bigger boats. They couldn't bring them directly into Lake Champlain because of the rapids at Chambly, so they took them down to their bottom hulls and moved them overland with draft animals and reassembled them where they could navigate. And these guys met at the Battle of Valcour Island, October 11th through the 13th, 1776. This painting was done from interviews with the British officers who were there and was actually produced in the year 1776. The Americans are at the top of the bay. The British are sailing around the southern end. It's a 5.5 hour extraordinary naval engagement. If you studied what wooden ships and iron cannonballs do to people, it's a horrific engagement with huge losses on both sides. It lasted 5.5 hours, and the only reason they stopped is because they couldn't see each other anymore. It was dark. And so Benedict Arnold is writing an action report at that moment on the day of the battle. And he says, the gunboat Philadelphia sunk from damage 1 hour after the fighting stopped. And now he's meeting with his officers, and they realize they've expended 3/4 of their ammunition, and they've had 10% casualties. They cannot face the British again. So he invents a very bold plan to escape past the British blockade, set up to stop him, which is well shown on this 1776 generated map, and they are flying as fast as they can to get down to the safety of Fort Ticonderoga. They've muffled their oars so they couldn't be heard by the British blockade. They put a single shrouded light in the stern of their vessel. And in fact, by morning, the British woke up and were mortified to find that the Americans had escaped. On this escape, we have another letter written by Arnold pointing out that he stopped at Schuyler Island long enough to mend his leaks and fix his sails, and that they had to abandon 2 gunboats that were sinking. One of those gunboats was the Jersey. It never sank. And the next morning, as the British came by in hot pursuit, they found it awash and took it into their naval establishment. while the second gunboat, not named in these dispatches, we now know, successfully was sent to the bottom of Lake Champlain in deep water. And that's what I'll be talking about in just a minute. The campaign ends on Lake Champlain with Arnold destroying his rearmost 5 vessels so the British can't use them. And from now, the control of Lake Champlain has shifted. It's gone from the Americans to the British. The Americans are building up their defensive ranks at Fort Ticonderoga. The British make a decision not to come. It's late in the season. We've already captured the lake. Life is good. Let's go back to Montreal for the winter. We'll take care of this in 1777. And as you've just heard, in 1777, John Burgoyne is in charge of the British invasion. They come right through Lake Champlain. They push the Americans south. They get to Saratoga, where they meet a huge force that's getting larger every day. And those folks are standing their ground. And so they have the battle in September, the first battle, and then the second battle in October, which I would point out, Benedict Arnold, the madman of the Revolution, had resigned from the army in conflict with his superior officer, but when the battle started, he couldn't stand it. He was sitting in his cabin, the fighting had started, and against orders, he grabbed a horse, ran out to the army he had given up, told them to charge instead of to receive battle, and turned the tide of battle. And that's testimony from John Burgoyne himself. We know that the British surrender changed the entire trajectory of the outcome of the war. I would like to just read a quick summary. The best summary I've seen of that was written in 1913 by a naval historian, Alfred Thayer Mahan. And he says, "The little navy on Lake Champlain was wiped out, but never had any force, large or small, lived to better purpose or died more gloriously. That the Americans were strong enough to impose a capitulation on the British Army at Saratoga was due to the invaluable year of delay secured by their little navy on Lake Champlain in 1776. So I'm going to shift now from war to peace, which is something I would like to be able to do today on a lot of fronts, but studying war helps us do that, I think. Shipwrecks are everywhere we look. Any place that people have navigated around the water, you're going to find shipwrecks. I've worked in the Hudson River, Lake Ontario, Lake Erie. I'm working now with Brian and the Canal Corporation in the Finger Lakes, finding large numbers of intact freshwater shipwrecks. They're an extraordinary legacy that allows us to really connect with the past. Finding shipwrecks is the easiest part of my job. I don't take any credit for finding. Managing shipwrecks is complicated, and preserving them for future generations is very complicated, especially for celebrity shipwrecks. And here's a couple of good examples. This is your counterparts in 1909. The 1909 300th Celebration Commission, celebrating the arrival of Henry Hudson on the Hudson River and the arrival of Samuel de Champlain for a few weeks in what became Lake Champlain. And these guys were focused on their history. They wanted to celebrate their history. And they looked around and they found a shipwreck. The technology to find it was looking in the water when the water was low. And they could see the frame tops, so they knew there was a boat there. They recovered the shipwreck to love it, to connect the public with history. They named it the Revenge, which it wasn't, but they thought it was, one of Benedict Arnold's ships, and it sat there to be admired and modestly interpreted until 80 years later when we relocated it with a forest growing up between it. And so what we really look for in this work is outcomes. What are the outcomes in terms of managing the shipwreck, for its public value and future generations. There's another good example, this one a little bit different. Remember, the gunboat Philadelphia sank 1 hour after the fighting stopped. Colonel Lorenzo Haglund went to Army officer school in Plattsburgh for World War I. He learned all about the history. He became infatuated with it. He came back in 1935 and found the gunboat Spitfire just where it should be. The technology to find it, a wire strung between two boats being dragged along the bottom until he snagged it. But it worked. And he found the boat, he raised it, and for the next 30 years, the fate of the boat was in his hands. Because when asked at the raising, what happens to the boat now, he says, that's a really good question. I tried to give it away, and nobody seemed to want it, so I guess I'll take care of it, which he did until he passed. And when he passed, he arranged for the boat to be packed up in a white oak case and be shipped to the new National Museum of American History being built in Washington, D.C., where it's been on exhibit every year since, seen by 1 million people a year, telling them our story, which is, to me, just a good outcome. We've searched, my team, for ways to connect the public with these public resources that we work to advocate for in law and public policy. If you can't see them and you can't learn by them, what value do they have to us? And so we started building full-size working replicas. We built a replica of the Philadelphia in the Smithsonian using their plans, engaged kids in helping us build it, learning how to use it, taking classes aboard it, very successful. We launched it in 1991. 4,000 people showed up to enjoy the experience. That's the good news. The bad news is, in our modern time, we've got environmental issues and invasive species. And so we now know, we learned about the same time we were launching that boat, that zebra mussels had been found in Lake Champlain. What's a zebra mussel? And so in studying what these invaders were and how they deteriorated steel pipes, we became concerned about the iron fastenings that hold these boats together. And so we set out to systematically examine the entire bottom of Lake Champlain. It had been never done before, but now we had a new survey technology, not the wire. We had sonar. We had GPS. We had computers. We actually could do it. It took us 10 years of systematic work every season to examine the entire bottom of Lake Champlain. And not surprisingly, the largest number of boats we found were 19th century canal boats, because they were the largest number of boats in use on Lake Champlain over its maritime history. But one of the targets we found was intriguing. It was clearly not a canal boat, and we knew there should be a missing gunboat out there. We weren't sure of that, but the historical evidence seemed to suggest there was one gunboat unaccounted for. And this target made us think maybe we'd found it. And so we sent 2 divers down into the deep water. I'm the blue diver, and Pierre Larac is the red diver. And we went down to see what we had. We didn't count our chickens. This was a work dive to go down, find the boat, identify what it looks like, the condition, any other safety issues, etc. And I'm proud to tell you that when we got to the bottom, this is what we saw. As I speak to you today, this boat sits on the bottom of Lake Champlain, and it looks exactly like this. That bow cannon is still in place. The interior is filled with mud, preserving what we believe are thousands of artifacts that arrived on this lake bottom in the middle of the night on October 12th, 1776. It's a moment frozen in time, and there's a record there that will add potentially huge amount of information about this event and about the people who participated in it. Very deep water. It's technical diving, which means it's over 150 feet of water, which also accounts for its great state of preservation. The mast is still standing full height. It's really extraordinary to have a boat in this kind of condition. One of the things we were most concerned about as we began to, when you find a boat, the fun really stops and the responsibility kicks in, and it's like having another child, at least it was for me. How do we make the best recommendations about how to preserve this boat for future generations and understand the forces at play? And the most important force that we could identify, potentially negative, was the mussels. So we geared up and did a multi-year study with the University of Vermont to determine what the mussel colonies actually do to the fabric of these historic shipwrecks. It's valid for the gunboat. It's also valid for the hundreds of other shipwrecks in all of our state's waters. So now we have to decide, after 20 years of study, what do we want to do with this boat? What are the forces at play? What's the risks to this boat? What's the deterioration factor on this boat? And I'm here to announce to you today that after 20 years of study, the serious implications of the mussels, which was we had dire results. The mussels will dissolve the iron fastenings holding this boat together. It will not stay intact over time. And then we have the positive, which is, look at how much we could learn from this boat. This boat is a connecting point. It's valuable for all kinds of reasons, but to connect young people and everybody else to the formative years of the country, it's a powerful tool for that. And so we are recommending this boat be recovered whole, with the mud still inside, have it brought to a pre-built conservation laboratory to do the many years of conservation this boat will need to become stable, and to do the excavation through the mud in this controlled environment, an environment that is also accessible to the public. So from the day this boat is recovered, the public will be able to engage in its history and its stories and the new information that will be gleaned from it. When the conservation is done, this boat will become a centerpiece in a new historic site designed to tell the story of the American Revolution in New York State, in Lake Champlain, and in addition, so we're recommending that this take place at the former Air Force Base in Clinton County, New York, in Plattsburgh. We've identified some tentative sites. We've looked at some potential places for the laboratory. And in fact, from that one site, you get to see not only where the Battle of Valcour Island took place, but the underinterpreted, also historic national landmark battle of the War of 1812, Macdonough's victory. And so the opportunity here to connect the public to the history, to create a heritage tourism opportunity that wasn't there before, to glean new information. The other thing that we're seeing is the archaeology is a catalyst for new research. So one of the things we've done is we've begun to systematically evaluate the scattered submerged battlefield at Valcour Island, where the battle took place. We have one of the stories that came from that is that aboard a gunboat, the gunboat New York, while the battle took place, one of the cannons exploded. We didn't know that. We didn't know that until Ed Scollin, a New York State trooper on the dive team, was testing a metal detector and found an exploded cannon 5 feet under the mud. That discovery was a catalyst to this new project, which has added tremendously to what we understand. And in 2001, the 225th anniversary of the Revolution. With the National Park Service support, we recovered that cannon and several other diagnostic exhibit quality objects that we conserved and made available to the public. And I'm going to leave you now with this. We've also discovered in our new research that there were Black Americans on the fleet that made up Benedict Arnold's crew. There were Native Americans that made up part of this crew. And this document was created by a woman. And it's the most powerful document I've seen in my entire career for connecting us to a historic event in the most powerful way that I can imagine. So I will let you read and discover that for yourselves, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you, guys.
For our final special presentation, I want to welcome Christopher O'Brien. He is president of Sailforth 250. He's charged with gathering the international tall ships and naval vessels from around the world to join America in celebrating America's 250th birthday on July 4th, 2026, in the port of New York, New Jersey. Chris is a native of Cape Cod, Massachusetts, my home turf, a lifelong passion for sailing in the oceans, a graduate of Fitchburg State University, subsequently attended the U.S. Coast Guard Officer Candidate School, and was commissioned as an officer in 1991. Initially stationed on Governor's Island, New York, where I expect he enjoyed a place that is remarkably easy to fall in love with, the majesty and complexity of all that is New York Harbor, its natural history, its history, and infrastructure alike. In a variety of leadership roles and affiliations, Chris has directed some of the largest marine events, production, and logistical roles imaginable, including Fleet Week, New York City, OpSail 2000, OpSail 2012, and the United Nations World Oceans Festival. Please welcome Christopher O'Brien. And I have a gift. I give all of our naval presenters something to prevent
Limey.
scurvy.
Thank you. Well, it is a real pleasure to be here after how many years, Devin? 4 years we've been working in conversation about what is going to be the birthday party associated with the commemoration. I'm not a historian. As you just heard, I'm a logistician, a former military officer, a planner, a producer. What we are conceiving here, which I'll show you, has taken a number of years to get rolling. The participant vessels from around the world really represent the best of the best. They travel the world on a diplomatic mission. Our constituent vessels are the naval tall ships of the world. They operate a dual mission. They're international goodwill ambassadors, and they're sail training vessels for their cadets and their crews. It's going to look something like this. This is 1986. Why do something like this in the port of New York and New Jersey? Well, I think that's an easy one to answer. There's no place else to do it. I like to call the port of New York and New Jersey America's home port. And the story there is obvious. You know, this natural harbor that served not only, you know, the development of our maritime heritage, first here in New York City, and then really enabling America really to become the maritime nation it is. But this natural harbor was long used before the Americans came here by the native peoples because of its rich, its rich vastness. One of the great things about these events and why they've caught on, and I'll talk a little bit about the history, these events are for everybody. And really what this is it's the way I like to look at it, is it's an international goodwill event. But it's going to focus the world on New York, the Port of New York, and really what this event on July 4th, 2026 is going to mark it's the nation's celebration. Inviting all of the foreign countries to join us makes it the world celebration. So it's really spectacular, I think, that we're able to bring together the partners and the energies to be able to do this. It takes a lot of work. A lot of us have been working for a long time. Little history. Some of you may not be familiar with these events. Really, they started in earnest. It was illustrated that bringing the world together for an American milestone in 1976, the bicentennial. It's been mentioned a couple of times already that the tall ships are coming. And it creates this excitement that really, you can't quite put your finger on it, but I think it's tied to that maritime heritage. It's really the global heritage. You see the photo there from the Daily News, 6 million view Operation Sail. I was also the longtime executive director of Operation Sail. It's kind of just a passion of mine since I was a kid. First got to experience it as a young ensign on Governor's Island. Was on board the Eagle leading the parade of ships in 1992 for the Columbus Quincentennial, and I was the liaison to the command, and they gave me one of these little cell phones with a rubber antenna, and I didn't expect that cell phone to ring, and lo and behold, it rang just as we were passing Governor's Island, and I open up the phone, Ensign O'Brien, and I hear a booming voice on the other end, "This is Walter Cronkite." And it was Walter Cronkite doing the broadcast at the TV location on Governor's Island, just as the Eagle was passing. And I was like, I'm hooked from that point. So we look back to the bicentennial, but all these other events, the Liberty Centennial in '86, of course the Columbus, and then the last time we had an event happening like this in New York Harbor was 2000, the Millennium. We had a smaller event in 2012 in partnership with the Navy for War of 1812 Commemoration. There are a lot of elements that are coming together with this. The Navy is a very close partner in this. The Navy will be producing an International Naval Review, which is a partner event for July 4th. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but it really kind of signifies that the national effort in bringing together all these energies. Historically, when there's an International Naval Review and an International Parade of Tall Ships, the sitting President of the United States presides and other heads of state participate. And there you have it, President Kennedy, lifelong sailor, mariner. This was leading up to the 1964 World's Fair gathering of the tall ships here in New York. And it kind of, as I was noting, just instantly understanding the importance of our maritime history and its connection not only to New York City, New York State, the nation, and the world. We've been working with the city very closely and others, as I'll share in a minute. These efforts take a tremendous amount of cooperation between agencies, municipalities, governments to happen. So we're very pleased with our relationship with the city right now. And also, we've begun working with the state through the governor's office too, and others. A little bit about our committee here. We put this together initially with a group of leaders who have all participated and been part of these events before. I think the corporate knowledge was really, really important for us to make sure we get it right. We've got this tremendous opportunity with the coming together of really the world to witness this thing. We've got to make sure we've got the right skill sets to kind of set the ship on the right course to start with. We're going to be growing this, the board and our advisory board over the next 2 years. Get this question often, every time I make a presentation. How many ships? What's it going to look like? So the feedback actually was just in DC yesterday, briefing a body of attaches representing 25 countries. My position in the observation I have right now is we're going to have 30 of the large Class A tall ships, which are the the 300-foot ships like our Coast Guard Bark Eagle. So those will be the official tall ships. And then there'll be other levels of ships that participate. You see the Niagara in the background there of this photo, the Pride of Baltimore II. Other historic vessels will really also be important in, telling the narrative of America's maritime heritage. We're going to have this tremendous stage to be able to really feature history, America's maritime history, and then just the connection to everybody. We did just get a call. The Blue Angels are scheduled to participate, and that's going to open this up for another element to the day, July 4th, that will be really spectacular. Just a snapshot of the countries that we've been working with. We've got a number of ships already committed, which is, my experience doing these things at this stage is amazing. The CNO will be sending out a letter of invitation. Chief Naval Officer Admiral Franchetti, first woman CNO for the U.S. Navy. She'll be sending out a letter to her counterparts around the world in the coming month or so. And so once that letter goes out, we expect this list of acceptances to really get into high gear. Just a little snapshot there of what it's going to look like on the water. The harbor will be shut down that day. There'll be tens of thousands of spectator craft, people coming down and in from all around the region. Little shot of some of the presiding officers of the events of the day. These events always happen on July 4th. July 4th in 26 is on a Saturday. So it's really kind of the stars have aligned there for really great attendance and for people to come out and participate. The schedule of events this is a draft form, but this is what works in the past, and what we're doing is we're taking lessons learned from the past, and we've got our operations manuals all the way back from 1964 on how to do this, so we know what works. And this represents, a snapshot of that. July 4th, obviously, is going to be the big day with the International Naval Review and the Parade of Tall Ships, Blue Angels, and of course the Macy's fireworks. In 2000, Macy's had 5 locations around the whole New York City and kind of lower harbor area. I've asked them to see what they can do to ramp that up a bit. We want to make sure everybody in the region is included in this and everyone has a chance to participate and see the fireworks and be included. Then the ships will come in, they'll tie up, they'll be open for 4 days of free public touring where there'll be festivals, events, activities, cultural, educational, you name it. And it's free, open to the public. Like I was saying before, the job of these ships is to engage people. And so an opportunity like this is really what's going to drive everyone's, wanting to be here. We did get our maritime event of national significance designation from the Coast Guard. A little overhead view of, just what it looked like from the air. This was in 2000, and the aircraft carrier JFK there on the left and Intrepid on the right. This area will look something like this. We're going to have a number of areas throughout the city, and I'm going to talk a little bit about something that Connie likes to hear me talk about in a minute. The region here you see is including New Jersey too, and Riverview Park. So we haven't had a presence there before. The state parks, the national parks, the city parks are all very important. You saw the headline at Daily News, 6 million view Operation Sail. What that means is millions of people are going to come down to the waterfront, and so it's a huge effort for us working with all the partners to really figure out how to move people and how to create great, fun, festive environments. This is the birthday party. We can't forget that. another look here, just kind of from the chart view, and you see a number of those locations there. So the harbor has changed so much since the last time this was done, 9/11, you name it, changes in the use of the waterfront. And we're really going to have to think outside the box. We're not only going to have 30 of these tall ships, we're probably going to have 30 gray-hulled Navy ships in the harbor too. So where are they going to go? And so we've got to be creative. Part of what we're doing in our budget is working to develop temporary berthing arrangements and also seeing where we can create more of a waterfront legacy investment where we can leave something behind. A good example is Hudson River Park. We're looking to work with them to develop a way to have their already built historic, their piers already built for historic vessels to be able to actually receive historic vessels. There's a little problem there with the depth of water. So part of this, and we realizing with all the ships we're going to be gathering and this, the production value, what we say in the business of gathering all these ships, it's priceless. And we can't just, come and go here without trying to maximize that as much as we possibly can. So we're working with partners, Connie here and Mark and others, to try and develop a program here that actually brings a group of the ships up the Hudson to Albany. It can't be the giant Class A tall ships that can't get under some of the bridges. But like the Hermione here, probably can, but we don't know if she's going to be able to come or not. But there'll be, we're working to develop that. That's going to rely on, our ability to be able to raise funding to help finance that because it's going to cost money. We're also working with the Navy and the Coast Guard to see if we can have a Navy, U.S. Navy, and a Coast Guard kind of escort for the fleet coming up to Albany also. A big part of what we're doing is, we've got this tremendous opportunity. A lot of the ships, well, all the ships operate in a sail training environment where, they're training their cadets at the college level. A number of the ships that come are private sail training vessels, certified, not-for-profits, that their ongoing mission is providing opportunities for youth to get out and have this experience, learn about themselves, learn what they're made of, learn how to be part of a team. The benefits of the sail training environment in developing youth is it's priceless, it's tremendous. So we're partnering.
What do you consider to be youth?
Well, you see those kids there on the yard, so that's more college level, maybe high school level, but I think we can get elementary school kids on board ships.
I want to be one of the youth on that.
We were just on Amistad earlier this week, and we're looking to partner with Amistad on this and really, work with them to develop a really great broad reach. And while we were on board, we wanted to see how they were doing it. They had middle school kids just coming, and they were in Stamford, Connecticut on board, and it was just, on the deck, but immersed in an educational environment. And so, working with our partner vessels to see how we can do that, but anybody, I was 9 in 1976, and I was the kid glued to the TV. I was up on the Cape at my grandma's house. I was glued to the TV watching the broadcast, from 76 from the bicentennial, and I wanted to be on one of those ships. But, I think it's really it's the magic button with these things. Everybody wants to be a part of it and touch it and, and just kind of awe at it. And you can't quite put your finger on it, but it has something to do with this global maritime heritage. Maybe it's kind of a spiritual thing. But we're working with partners here, you can see on this slide, to develop that educational programming outreach. Devin, we've been talking to, we're going to want to see how we can partner and plug in within New York State education. We've got some ideas of getting kids out on ships as part of this whole thing.
Have you, only because as superintendent, of course, right there in Rod's Neck, my kids were part of the maritime program.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking what age? Middle school. we started them in middle school, with the simulators and also learning weather and everything else at Maritime. So I'm just curious if there's a partnership with the Maritime College as well.
Yeah, we're talking to SUNY Maritime, and we're also talking to Kings Point. And actually, we have an interesting opportunity to partner with a number of the maritime colleges. And it's it's another story I'm not allowed to talk about yet, but to have some sort of a participation there also. So the answer is yes, and we're really excited to really develop that program. Just some updates. I'd like to show this just because we're busily working here. I mentioned the infrastructure part, and for us this is going to tie to our budget tremendously. We're looking to seek funding, whether it's through appropriations on the federal side. We're also going to be reaching out at the state and city level here. There is some dredging that will need to be done. We've briefed, the senators' staffs on this just a couple of times now, but just earlier this week. The part of this is really working, like I said, with partners, Pier 88, and trying to figure out how we're able to potentially leave something behind that is going to be a positive for waterfront usage when we leave. The Navy, we're working with the Navy. There's potential there to partner on that kind of a project also. Something about our budget. It's not a coincidence, or it is a coincidence, that this commission is kicking off one day after we kicked off our corporate sponsorship program. So we've just kicked off our fundraising program. You see there, our goal is $30 million. We see the lion's share of that coming through corporate sponsorships on the ground, partnerships that are not only going to happen over that course of 5 or 6 days, but we see that over the next 2 years. We're very close with a corporate sponsor. We're hoping to be able to name them very soon. That will be a 2-year campaign that we have in working with them to to promote what's going on here in the harbor and hopefully up to Albany. But we're also looking for $10 million between New York and New Jersey State and federal. And then we have some private funding we're looking to bring on. We're dated here. The sample sponsors from the past, you see at the bottom, it says Pan Am. So we've dated ourselves a little bit here, but I think it goes to show that these efforts have been going on for a long time, and it's not only the numbers and the nuts and bolts of a modern marketing relationship. This is America's 250th anniversary. Right, so we feel there are a number of corporations and entities and organizations. They're going to want to be part of it because of that, and so we're working to develop that part of the story. Some of our partners, there are a lot of fill-ins here. It was mentioned earlier. Virginia is really kind of the leading, the guiding star here with state participation. There is a tremendous amount of money that's going to go into all of these efforts and all these amazing efforts presented here today. What we're looking to do is see where we fit in from this perspective. Our partners on either side of us in Norfolk and Boston have already got substantial commitments just directly to the efforts that they're putting out. So we're looking to explore and figure out ways in which we can work to bring in the support that we need there. We already talked about infrastructure. Another part of this is we're working to develop a joint congressional resolution with the 2 senators, and so this will hopefully be coming. We're part of a 5-port consortium called Sail 250, although the main events we're calling Sail Forth 250. This, coming forth is the concept, but our partners we've all come together, and we're working with our delegations to develop a joint congressional resolution signed by the president establishing these series of events as America's maritime celebrations. I don't really need to touch on this one too much, but it just kind of highlights the partnerships that are necessary to do these sorts of things. It's where we have port planning committee meetings that are already underway, have been underway for about a year now in the city, being hosted by the Coast Guard, and every meeting, we're holding them quarterly. The number of participants almost doubles. So it's the amount of work and coordination and partnership that needs to come together for this, I think is really, it can't be understated, but including, Ross, with tourism. And we've talked about this, and so the tourism part of this will be a subcommittee that we break out, or actually a standalone committee on its own, because this tremendous opportunity. People are going to want to come here to be part of this. And so that's it. So the message here is this is America's 250th birthday party. Everybody here in this room knows the story. What's the birthday party going to look like? I think it's going to look like this. It's going to be something else. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of hard work. But I think it's going to be something worthy of the state of New York. And we all need to work together to make that happen. And so thank you again for having me here, and I'm happy to take any questions. Oh, I have one point. Somebody asked me the other day, well, there was a note that someone took. Commerce, back in 1776, 90% of commerce was traveled via the oceans, via the maritime trade. What is it today? 90%. Yeah, so it's really, that has not changed. We are a global maritime nation. This is a real chance to highlight the Port of New York and New Jersey as the center of that globally. So that's it. Thank you.
Chris, thank you. In addition to Art and Leslie, thank you for your presentations today. All right, moving along, we are now approaching some discussions and deliberations, setting commission goals, then we'll talk a strategic plan, and then possibly the next meeting in the next quarter. But before we do, as we get set, thank you, Dr. Rosa. Dr. Rosa and her team has put in front of us, or will pass along, sort of a simplified Robert Rules of Order. And appreciate the discussion this morning surrounding a structure. And we have sort of what is really a two-pager here, front and back. And we're going to be looking for your comments, if you would like to take some time and review as it pertains to the structure of this commission moving forward. We'll have some time to review and time to submit your comments to our staffs. In addition, we're going to charge our staff, State Ed and Parks, to design a format for discussion and adoption of these rules at the next commission meeting, if everyone concurs on the commission. And Dr. Rosa, I don't know if there's anything you want to, anything worth walking through?
Sure. No, I think the key thing is, again, this is what we call Robert's Rules of Order, light, super light. And I think it would be great, to your point, if we get feedback and we can make whatever adjustment so that our next meeting, we can move forward with our adoptions.
So with that, any quick thoughts by the commission? Otherwise, we'll move on to strategic plan. Okay. With that, until we have a structured set of rules agreed upon by the commission, Dr. Rosa and I would like to charge our staffs with forming a strategic plan, or at least materials surrounding a strategic plan, and set up a subcommittee to start discussing the overall structure of what this plan could look like, and provide communication immediately to the commission outside this meeting, seeking your volunteerism on said committee. So what our staff will do is we'll design sort of a structure and all the materials that have been worked on to date to get everyone to be able to familiarize themselves with what has been done leading up to this first commission meeting, and then be able to then set a sound structure on the strategic plan as we get to document at least what the initial charge was, is to set a strategic plan before the commission and before the public. So with that, any discussions surrounding that subcommittee, and we'll seek your input and also offer you and your teams an opportunity to sit on that subcommittee to discuss, catch up on the materials and discuss and be part of that structure moving forward. Okay. With that, we had we're looking at the next meeting. As you know, we are looking at quarterly meetings. There was a very kind offer by the Tourism Industry Association. They are setting up their own retreat on September 12th. Their hopes was to create a larger summit surrounding those few days. I'm bringing tourism officials and historic preservation officials together, although that would put our next meeting on September 11th, and there was sort of a less than a desired approach to select September 11th as our next meeting. So I think what we'll do is we'll charge our staff to send around some proposed dates. We're looking at mid-September to early October, really no later, looking at the next quarter to set the second edition of the 250th American Revolution Commemoration Commission in order. So we'll get some dates sent around to the commission within a couple weeks.
Is there a location?
Is there a location? That's and actually that's up for discussion as well. If there was we want to be sensitive to the travels near and far, which some of you are spending time on the road to get here. Albany, or at least the capital region, is a central place to the state. So initial thoughts were to keep it centralized to the state, but that doesn't mean that we can't organize these meetings around something more interactive, if the commission so chooses. But we also can recommend some locations when we send around some proposed dates, and see if we can find a common day that syncs with all our calendars. Great.
I just recommend that for the proposed dates, if we can have them at least 90 days beforehand, just because if it is going to be up in Albany or in a different place, for those that have to travel can plan accordingly.
Absolutely. So with shooting for September, so I think we can probably get some proposed dates around fairly quickly, within 2 weeks or so, and get that around to the team with some location options as well.
What we do for TAC is we give them, options, but we put all of our 5 dates out, we meet 5 times annually, so that they know at the beginning of the year when it will be, and if there's problems with the date, then we can reschedule. We're flexible, but at least everybody knows when to basically hold the time.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christine. Okay, with that, there is some opportunity for a public comment. So if anyone from the audience wishes to come down to the podium, share some thoughts, perspective, or insight on what we've learned today, or any comments on future priorities for the commission, you have that opportunity before you now. We answered everybody's questions.
Today.
All right, going once. Okay, with that, put it back to the commission for any last-minute agenda items that they wish to present to the commission and the audience. Go for it.
Just a shameless plug, since we talked about Amistad. We are working on Amistad Week at the end of August, August 22nd to 29th. And if you want an opportunity to view the boat and take part, you can. We have invited the state historian to come down and be a part of that in the podcast. So if you want to see that boat, just come down to Montauk, August 22nd to the 29th.
Randy, I just want to note briefly for the record, I was monitoring the YouTube simulcast. You all look good online. I just want to assure you of that. It's running, it was interesting to me, it was running about 7 to 8 minute lag, so it does not present its own opportunity for public comment, at least today. But there were about 50, 55 plus viewers who were registered online for the YouTube viewing, so in addition to the audience here. So just wanted to reflect that in the notes for the day.
Okay, and then again, to the commission, thank you. Thank you. This is a large lift. It's a great and responsible lift, and it'll take time away from certainly families and your professional lives, but it's important, and we value each of the skill sets and the experience, the insight and perspective that you all will bring to the commemoration of the 250th. New York State, in many respects, leads the nation in everything we do, and this commission, it'll be no different for this commemoration. So with that, Dr. Rosa, all set? We'll offer a motion to adjourn this first edition of the 250 commemoration celebration or commission. Motion? Second? All right. We are adjourned. Thank you all. Appreciate it.